Good evening, everyone. I'd like to begin the Safety Services and License Committee agenda meeting for May 1st. Madam Clerk, could you please take a roll?
Councilman Ferry,
Present.
Council Vice President Vargas, Councilwoman Jermaine,
Present.
Councilman Donegan,
Present.
Councilman Campiano,
Present.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Present.
Council President Marino.
Present.
May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the April 3rd meeting?
So moved. Second.
Madam Clerk, please take a roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Okay, next I'd like to open up the meeting to public comment. If you are here for a specific business, you do not have to come up at this time. I'll call you up when your business is on, when we're talking about your business. So is there anyone here in council chambers that would like to make any public comment on any matter on the agenda tonight? Is there anyone on Zoom that has any public comment?
There is no public comment.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to close public comment. Okay, next we have committee business matters carried over. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion that all matters in reference to Spot Bar and Grill be continued until next month.
So
And
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes.
Councilman Donegan,
yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to bring up the fact that in reference to the Edgewood Laundry, I've spoken to both sides and a great deal of progress has been made in reference to that matter. The owners have hired an engineering firm to do an analysis of the problem and come up with a possible solution. So at this time, we're going to move this matter until I need a motion to move this matter until next month.
Second.
Madam Clerk, please take a roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to call up representation for Seasons Corner Market, and she would like to explain to us her situation right now. Did the light go on?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Danielle Dufault, Adler Pollock and Sheehan for the applicant Seasons Corner Market. Just like to update the committee. The committee last entertained the applicant's application for extended hours license and a victualling license on March 6th at its committee meeting, where the committee voted to continue the matter to tonight's committee meeting. Just a couple of points, just to clarify. I see on tonight's agenda, it was listed as an extended hours Vic license. And I spoke with attorney solicitor Verdecchia. I just want to clarify that the extended hours operation licenses for the entirety of the operations proposed at the property. I also wanted to just let the committee know by way of update that there is the applicant is working on a very tight schedule and trying to push. We've received, I believe, as my colleague explained to the committee last time we appeared, we've received all of our permits, permitting approvals from the various agencies in the city, and we're working on a very tight schedule with hoping to conclude or be close to concluding construction in September. And as such, we're concerned, the client's concerned that we might have to open without a victualling license. So we'd like to be able to have the victualling license and the 24-hour operations approved at the time that we open. And we do understand there are a couple of outstanding deliverables for the victualling license that we owe the city, and we would ask if there's anything that you could do to help accommodate the applicant's construction and opening timeline. That would really be helpful, and they would appreciate that.
Do you anticipate opening by September 1st?
That is the goal. The goal is to have the Labor Day weekend opening and the school, before school. That is what we're trying for. As you know, construction may be delayed, but that is what we're pushing towards.
Okay, I would like to entertain a motion to continue this until the August meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
All right, so at this time, we need to communicate before the August meeting to see where you are as far as that goes, to see if we want to continue it one more month, or we'll be able to vote on it by the August meeting.
Yes, and we understand we will do that with the timing, and just for clarity of the record for the next, whatever about the extended hours of operation, that it's clear that it's for the entirety of the operations at the location.
Attorney Videcchia?
Just following up on that, I am of the opinion that the application is going to control here. I don't know, besides victualling, what other licenses have been applied for. This is a convenience type of store. Is this also pumping gasoline and?
Right.
So it's like
is.
those Four Seasons you see with Shell and places like that, correct?
Correct, that's correct.
What license besides victualling do you anticipate or are you applying for?
So there potentially will be an application for a tobacco license, but we would also need the 24-hour operation for the clerks for customers that actually would come into the store to pay for the gas there versus at the pump. So the operation is 24/7.
Right.
So it would
So
be lights on.
you're talking about victualling, tobacco, and extended hours is.
Correct.
And extended hours is essentially a piggyback, so to speak, of the other two. So,
Correct.
Madam Clerk, through the chair.
As far as the tobacco, that is through the state, it's issued through the state.
Right, right. We're working with their internal licensing department to make sure that all licenses are taken care of. There are some certain licenses and approvals with the city, but we're making sure that we're dotting i's and crossing the t's on that as well.
Madam Clerk, to your knowledge, Madam Clerk, to your knowledge, do they have another Seasons Market in Cranston that we can compare notes with?
Not
I
yet.
Don't think so.
This will be the first one.
Yes.
Oh, okay. No, I'm very familiar with them. We have put this on to be continued until the August meeting, and the communication is key in proceeding forward.
Should we direct that with clerk?
Clerk's
Sandy?
office.
Yep, okay, we will. Absolutely. We appreciate all your support.
Thank you very much for coming
Thank
here
you.
tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, I have to open up. Public hearings. I'm going to defer to council. It says here, vote will be taken to open or close public hearings. Is that something we're doing new?
Traditionally, I don't know why it says that. The chair can just, of its own volition, say, I'm closing public hearing.
Okay. Next, we have new matters before the committee. First here is the holiday sales license for Dollar Tree, 228 Atwood Avenue, and Dollar Tree 1011 Cranston Street. Is there anyone here from Dollar Tree at this time? I spoke with the clerk's office today, and all of their paperwork is done and received. Are we allowed to still vote on this?
It's completely in your discretion. If the applicant doesn't appear, you can still take a vote. Usually the applicant comes just, to provide information in case the committee has any questions. If the committee feels it can do it without questioning the applicant, by all means, as long as all the paperwork is filed, yes, you can vote on it in your discretion.
Okay, may I have a motion to approve?
Second.
Any discussion? Attorney Videcchia, can we vote on both of these stores at the same time?
Are they the same applicant?
Madam Clerk?
Could you revise,
We'll vote on them separately.
could you make the motion of all matters under new matters before the committee, section A, holiday sales license new?
Motion. We'll just vote on them separately then. May I have a motion to approve item 1, Dollar Tree located at 228 Atwood Avenue?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a roll on 228 Atwood Avenue, Dollar Tree.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
No.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marine.
Yes.
May I have a motion to approve Dollar Tree located at 1011 Cranston Street?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a roll on Dollar Tree, 1011 Cranston Street.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
No.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Next, we have septage hauler license for Hakkomak Environmental located at 225 South Main Street. Is there anyone here from Hakkomak Environmental? We should probably continue this matter.
I
Motion
would,
to continue.
It's your discretion. It's the same thing as Dollar Tree. You may want to ask questions because of the nature of this license. But that's completely within the discretion of the committee.
We have a motion on the floor to continue.
Second it.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
yes.
Okay, next we have a victualling license for Lily's Soups and Scoops. And someone from that establishment is present right now. Would you mind stepping up to the podium and telling us quickly about your business?
Hi, Council. My name is Lily Scott. I am currently the owner and operator of Lily's Ladle, which is a bone broth company. We currently operate in the commercial kitchen at this same address, 1850 Broad Street in Cranston. And what we would like to do is have a victualling license so that we can turn our office space into a soup and ice cream shop. So we're going to build hot, fresh soups to go only out the door of the same door that we used to walk in and sit down and work at our computers. And fresh scoops of ice cream as well.
Okay, may I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion from the council or questions for the applicant?
Thank you. What are the hour of operations?
That's a work in progress, Councilwoman. We're thinking that it'll be about 11 a.m. to about 7 p.m.
So it's not concluded yet.
Correct. And I'm guessing it might be seasonal as well. Ice cream season, we might be open a little later. And soup season, we might close a little earlier. Just we're gonna ask the community around us to help us figure that out. Whenever they want to come to get ice cream, we want to be able to give them ice cream.
Can you tell a little bit what kind of soup you're gonna serve?
Oh, we should talk about that. Absolutely.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, so I wish you good luck and
Thank you.
let us know. I love sugar soup, like put that in soup.
Perfect. That's what we love to hear too.
Okay. Any other discussion, questions? Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes,
Councilman Donegan.
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Good luck. Congratulations.
Thanks very much.
See you soon.
Please come visit us in July.
We will. Okay, next we have Spanglish Empanadas located at 39 Phoenix Avenue. Is there that establishment? Do you mind please stating your name and address for the record?
It's Natalie Rodriguez. Oh. Natalie Rodriguez. You're welcome. And I am the owner of Spanglish Truck, food truck that's licensed here in the city of Cranston as well. We are applying for this license to use as a kitchen for our food truck as well as a takeout for our empanadas and juices.
Okay, may I have a motion to approve this license?
Motion to approve.
Any questions or comments from the committee or the council? Councilman Paplaskas?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say that you made a big hit at the St. Mary's Feast last year. Every time we drive by a location, your location where the truck is parked, my wife says, when are they opening? When are they opening? And she threatened me before I left to come to this meeting that I better vote for your license. So
Thank you.
I just say that we'll definitely be a customer of yours. We look forward to your opening. Your food's very good and I'm the council person for your area. So if you need anything, please feel free to reach out at any time.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions or comments from the council? Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes,
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Congratulations and good luck, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you so much.
All righty. Next, we have a waste hauler license for Dream Team Junk Removal LLC. Is there anyone here from that establishment?
Motion to continue.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor to continue in a second. Is there any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes,
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Council Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Okay, we have no report from the traffic engineer. No show cause hearings, nothing from the police department, anything from the fire department? Nope. And one note before we go into section 12 to motion as a block, on the next to last page, there was a license for a private investigator. It said that the clerk's office is waiting on the bond. They did receive that bond this afternoon, so everything on section 12 is clear. I'd like to please have a motion to vote on that as a block.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote on voting for this section 12 as a block.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to have a motion to approve section 12 as a block.
So moved.
to approve,
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote on voting on section 12 as a block. I mean, approving the block.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Okay, for the record, I'd like to please note that we have roads on the Patuxent list. We need a motion to vote to enter that into the record. May I have a motion to enter that into the record?
So moved.
second,
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote on that.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
yes,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Okay, we have nothing from the Historic Park Cinema, nothing from the Cranston Stadium, just for a matter of informational purposes only. We have a mobile food establishment license renewals, license renewals for Nico Bella's on the Hill located at 1350 Park Avenue. We have no other communications or presentations. May I have a motion to adjourn?
And to adjourn.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano, Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Reno.
Next meeting will begin at 7 PM.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to reopen the Safety Services and Licensing Committee meeting.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote on reopening the meeting.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider waste hauler license, Dream Team Junk Removal LLC.
Second.
Any discussion? I checked with the Public Works Department and the clerk's office today, and all the paperwork is in order for this business. Anybody have any questions?
Through the chair, Mr. Chairman, let's take a vote first on the Councilman Paplowski's motion to reopen or reconsideration, and then we'll have discussion.
Any discussion on reconsideration?
I believe a motion was made. I believe it was seconded. So if there's no discussion, that can just be voted on. And then the committee can reconsider the application. You can make whatever comments you like.
Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Council Paplaskas.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Now that the motion to reconsider has been approved, now it's any discussion on the motion. I'm sorry, on the merits of the license itself and whatever comments that the chair wanted to make about Public Works, so on and so forth.
Oh, as I was saying, I checked with Public Works and the clerk's office, and all the paperwork is in order for Dream Team Junk Removal LLC. Does anyone else have any questions?
I just have a comment, Chair. Sir, on the back of your license will be the hours that you can operate in the city. You're not supposed to pick up junk or trash before 7 a.m. in the morning. So just try and be mindful of. Thank you.
Motion to approve and second.
May I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Council Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
You're all set. Congratulations. Good luck with your business. All right.
I'll make a motion to adjourn Safety Services.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, his name is, right, I'll say it right here. Frankley
Yes, with a Z.
Rodriguez, Rodriguez. Want to do that again? All right. Okay, good luck. Always be mindful of your neighbors. Thank you. Did we have, yeah, we said all in favor. Okay, all those in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? We are adjourned.
All right, we good? Good evening, everyone. Tonight is Monday, May 1st, 7 o'clock. This is notice of the special meeting of the City Council. And at this time, if the clerk can please take the attendance.
Councilman Ferry,
Present.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Here.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Present.
Councilman Donegan,
Present.
Councilman Campiano,
Present.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Present.
Councilman Riley,
Here.
Council Vice President Vargas,
Present.
Council President Marino.
Present. Before we get started this evening, I'd just like to recognize some people in attendance this evening. I'd like to recognize former Councilwoman Maria Bucci, former Councilman Richard Santa Maria, and former Mayor Mike Trafficante, and school committee members Anthony Melillo and Mr. Ritz and Dominic Fusco and Tara Norberg. I believe I covered everyone. Welcome and thanks for joining in this evening with us. First up this evening is going to be the budget adoption and the adoption of the budget for fiscal year July 1, 2023 through June 30, 2024. At this time, I will take any motions for amendments at this time. Councilman Donegan.
Thank you, Council President. If it is okay, I'd like to provide council members and members of the administration with a copy of what I'm going to propose.
That's fine. Thanks. Does anyone have any objection to that? No, you're good.
There's a lot there, so I don't, take a moment, please. As you're reviewing that, I'll just briefly give a general outline. So what, in a perfect world, everything on here will be approved and it'll all balance out. If everything is approved, it would essentially create a pool of roughly $206,000 to work with. With that money, what we would do with this pool, we would get very close to fully funding the Care of Trees ordinance that we passed unanimously last month that the mayor signed. It would bring the city council budget auditor within close to being in line with other city council positions. It would fund a new senior planner within the planning department for half the year, starting in January 1. It would create a clerk, a translator and clerk within the municipal court. And it would also provide upgrades to the city clerk software and other departmental upgrades. Additionally, any money left over from this pool would be moved over to the schools in an additional city appropriation. And so that's where we'll start for now. So broadly speaking, the goal here, right, is we've all seen the past couple of years, our planning department, it's very clear, at least from my seat, that they do need additional help. And I think that additional help in the planning department will help boost economic development. It will help boost certainly allowing them to be more forward in their thinking about resolving issues that plague our city, such as the housing crisis, by allowing them to have an additional staff member starting January 1st. That way, rather than constantly being reactive to the proposals coming in, they'll be able to work more, not progressively in the political sense, but progressively in terms of planning for the future. We've heard 2 years now about the need in municipal court for additional staff, as well as the changing demographics of our city. Having an employee there who will be able to provide translation services is critical to ensuring that all of our residents of Cranston or anyone coming through the municipal court will be able to, equitably access all of the services that are there. And the city clerk software upgrades will allow, amongst other things, it will reduce, the cash going through. It will allow for better maintenance, I believe, of the minutes and other city council business through clerk-based software. And then obviously the leftover through this pool to the schools. We know how important the schools are. I know how important the schools are to everyone behind this line, and certainly to all the members of the public that are here this evening. And I think it's important that we try and move, what we can to help them as well. But at this point, I guess I'll go line by line. I would make a motion to amend Department 1901, miscellaneous boards and commissions, line item 52061, Cranston Conservation Commission. I'd like to amend that line item from the proposed $5,500 to $1,000. And if there is a second, I will explain.
Second.
This commission does important work that we all recognize and have helped support in one way or another, both through our appropriations in the past, as well as I know many of us have worked together for cleanups around the city. They have not spent any money so far in fiscal year 23, at least through February. They didn't spend any money in fiscal year 2022. And in fiscal year 21, they spent $20.99. So the historical use of this line item does not justify continuing to fund it at the $5,500. Additionally, as previously stated, money from this pool that we would create would go to would go to increasing funding for the planting of trees itself, which is itself a conservation work. So that money will go to use towards conservation.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll on that motion. Order.
Yeah, through the chair, to the council president, it should be 4,500 if you're going to reduce it to 1,000. And we only, there are amendments for 4,000.
So to be clear, the proposed in the mayor's budget is 5,500. My amendment would bring it down to 1,000. Thank you. So it would be a reduction of $4,500. Thank you, budget order.
So just so we're clear, Councilman Donegan, if you just want to restate your motion.
My motion is to amend that line item to $1,000.
From the fiscal year proposed 5,500, correct? And there was a second on that motion.
Second.
And any discussion? Yeah, Councilman Paplaskas.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be voting against this amendment. Over the years, historically, before COVID, the Conservation Commission has spent the money. I know they've had some challenges with COVID and with some appointments to that board. In a perfect world, when they do spend that money, they're out there doing great work. It's a full volunteer board. And I just can't vote for that this evening to pull that money when I fought over the years to increase their funding. So I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Renzulli, did you have your hand up?
Yes, Councilman Donegan, did you say that this change was directly going to the planting of trees?
So procedurally, and I probably should have this clear, what my plan is to do is go through, if you're looking at there are two kind of categories here. One is expenditure reductions and or revenue increases. My plan is to go through those, which would create a pool of money to move around, and then allocate that pool line item by line item to the appropriate expenditures afterwards. So I'm not going to do, no.
we can do that? Does someone from finance say if we can do that? I don't think we've done that in the past. That's just why I'm asking.
I'm not going to answer the question. My amendments will balance out.
Director Moretti?
Thank you. My only concern as this plays out, we just want to make sure that, as you know, the mayor has the line item veto potential. But want to make sure that we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater in terms of, I'll say, one amendment versus if you merge or consolidate all into one, it's all or nothing. I'm not sure how you want to lay that out, if that's what you want to do, or if you wanted to break them out, debits and credits, if you will. So I just want to mention that to you. There's no preconceived notions, but before I go too far down, just want to point that out.
Thank you, Director Moretti. Councilman Donegan, just for clarity, line by line item is perfectly legal and appropriate. There's nothing inappropriate with the method in which you're using things.
Everyone has a handout. We know where I'm going to propose the money go if this amendment is approved. You know how it's going to be allocated. I would ask that we do it that way rather than 4,500 to that place, then to this place and trying to figure out on the fly here how I need to adjust those. I'd rather just do it at the end. It's just cleaner and simpler.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
No.
Councilman Riley,
No.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Yes.
Okay, the next line item, staying in expenditures, Department Code 1400, Department of Parks and Recreation, line item 55001, fertilization. The fiscal year 24 proposal is for 50,000. I would like to make an amendment to reduce that to 40,000. Reduce that line item to 40,000. That's a motion.
Motion to approve?
Second.
The 5-year average for this line item is 33,000, recognizing that inflation, is a reality, not to, reduce that down to further, but that gives them a $7,000 cushion from what the historical average is.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
No.
Councilman Paplaskas,
No.
Councilman Riley,
No.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Yes.
The next line item is expenditure, Department Code 1105, City Clerk. Line item 51101, overtime. The fiscal year 24 proposal is $20,000. I'd like to make a motion to amend that line item to $15,000. That would be a reduction of 5,000.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Just a reminder to everyone, when Councilman Donegan makes the motion, it would just be proper for a second, not a motion to approve, just a friendly reminder. Okay, so Councilman Donegan, you made the motion, and Councilman Ferry, would you like to second that
Second.
motion?
The 5-year average is $10,000. And while I recognize that fiscal year 23 is running over, the clerk did state during the departmental hearing that this line item could be reduced. So this would still give them a cushion from, not a cushion, but money in case it goes over that historical average.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan.
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas. Councilman Riley.
Nope.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Yes.
Council President Reno.
Yes.
The next line item is expenditure group 1115, Division of Contracts and Purchasing, line item 52007, account advertising. The proposed fiscal year 24 budget is $4,000. I'd like to make a motion to amend to $2,000.
Second.
The 5-year average on that line item is $1,800, and through February annualized fiscal year 23 is 1,000. This amendment would simply, it would level fund that line item.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli.
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan.
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
No.
Councilman Paplaskas.
No.
Councilman Riley.
No.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Yes.
Council President Reno.
Yes.
The next line item is it's Department Code 1110, Economic Development, line item 51104, account different. The proposed fiscal year 24 budget is $6,050. I'd like to make an amendment to zero that out.
Second.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli.
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan.
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas.
No.
Councilman Riley.
No.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Yes.
Council President Reno.
Yes.
The next line item is expenditure 1304, Division of Building Maintenance, line item 54407, City Supplies. The fiscal year 24 proposed budget is $23,000. I'd like to make a motion to amend to $20,000.
Second.
Any discussion?
The 5-year average is just under $20,000. Fiscal year 23 annualized is $5,100. So this brings it to the historical 5-year average, which would be a reduction of $3,000.
There being no further discussion, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli.
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan.
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
No.
Councilman Paplaskas.
No.
Councilman Riley.
No.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Yes.
Council President Reno.
Yes.
The next line item is staying in the same department, Group Code 1304, Department Division of Building Maintenance, line item 54401, Electrical Supplies. The proposed 24 budget is $52,000. I'd like to make a motion to amend to $42,000.
Second.
Any discussion?
5-year average is $36,000. The fiscal year 23 annualized is $36,000. This brings it in line with those two items, but still gives a $6,000, room in the event that prices increase.
Any other discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli.
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan.
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas.
No.
Councilman Riley.
No.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Yes.
Council President Reno.
Yes.
Staying in the same department, Code 1304, Division of Building Maintenance. It's line item 52005, Departmental Expenses. The proposed fiscal year 24 budget is $77,000. I'd like to make a motion to amend to 74,500.
Second.
The 5-year average on this line item is 74,400. The fiscal year 23 annualized through February is 74,000. This brings it in line to the average.
Any discussion from council members? Councilman Riley.
Just as Councilman Donegan pointed out, through February, we're already at 74,000. And I understand he's using the 5-year average, but 5 years was. $24,000 this year.
The fiscal year 23 is annualized right now at $74,000, not the actuals.
Any further discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli.
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan.
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas.
No.
Councilman Riley.
No.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
All right, moving away from building maintenance. Expenditure, Department Code 1107, Municipal Court, line item 51200, part-time help. The fiscal year 24 proposal is 32,300. I'd like to make a motion to amend to 0.
Second.
The money, eliminating this part-time help would fund the full-time position. That starts in January 1st, 2024, which would be a translator and clerk.
Any discussion, Councilwoman Mazzulli?
It will fund it in its entirety. This,
One moment, and I can give you that. My calculations, for the position starting in January 1st, 2024, the municipal court, that position would be $39,220.83. So this would just about nearly fund the full thing.
but just as another question to make sure I understand, since we're putting this all in a pool, it might not actually get there, might not actually be used for this. If we're going line to line, and I'm just trying to make sure that if we were going here to here, then I could see what you were doing. But if you're putting it into a pool and you decide that this is going to go to trees, then it's not going to fund it's not even. So I have just an issue with that. And I can respect what you're doing, but if it doesn't go to where it should go, then that doesn't help and I can't vote for it. Thank you.
I understand fully. I know that, and I believe to be a person of my word, that I'm not trying to play any games here tonight. And I don't think you're accused. No, that was a poor choice of words. I'm not trying to suggest that you were suggesting that I am either. But you're right. If for whatever reason a motion were to fail subsequently later this evening, then yeah, we would have to go back to the drawing board and figure something out, which could be, we would have to ask legal. I believe we would then potentially have to go back to reconsider.
Any other discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli.
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan.
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
No.
Council Paplaskas.
No.
Councilman Riley.
No.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Okay. This would be staying in expenditures. It would be Department Code 1202, Department Police, line item 53209, account rent. I'm trying to make everyone happy over in the seats over there. So some quick math, that would be. Sorry, I was just making sure I was rounding up. The proposal for fiscal year 24 on that line item is 1,428,000. My amendment would be to reduce that line item to 1,413,298.
1 million.
That would be a reduction of 14,702.
Second.
As done in many previous years, this, we would apply the police impact fees towards the rent, which we've done, I think, just about every year that I've been on the council. There's $14,702 available in that. What we would need to do afterwards, next month, we would submit an ordinance to effectuate that.
There was a motion and a second and in further discussion from council members. There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Sherry?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli?
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine?
Yes.
Councilman Donegan?
Yes.
Councilman Campiano?
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas?
Yes.
Councilman Riley?
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas? Council President Marino?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna move over to revenue now. One needs to through their book. The department code for this would be 1117, Department Treasury, line item 42197, tax sale redemption. Make a motion, the proposed fiscal year 24 is $7,000. I'll make a motion to amend to $12,000.
Second.
The 5-year average on this is $12,000. Fiscal year 23 annualized is $14,000. This would bring it in line with the historical average and the very recent average. The very recent number.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli?
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine?
Yes.
Councilman Donegan?
Yes.
Councilman Campiano?
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas?
Yes.
Councilman Riley?
No.
I'm sorry? Councilman Riley? Council Vice President Vargas?
Yes.
Council President Marino?
Yes.
Staying in revenue, Department Code 1108, canvassers, line item 49130, other income. The fiscal year 24 proposal is $100,000. It's $100. I'd like to make a motion to amend to $250.
Second.
The current year is running at $500 and the 5-year average is $250.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli?
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine?
Yes.
Councilman Donegan?
Yes.
Councilman Campiano?
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas?
No.
Councilman Riley?
No.
Council Vice President Vargas? Yes. Council President Marino?
Yes.
The next is Department 1111, inspections, line item 42165, zoning permits, sign permit fees. The proposed 24 budget is $11,000. I'd like to make a motion to amend to $12,250.
Second.
The fiscal year 23 annualized is right at that number, and the 5-year average is actually a little bit higher, but to be safe and not to inflate that number, keep it at the 5-year average.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli?
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine?
Yes.
Councilman Donegan?
Yes.
Councilman Campiano?
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas?
Yes.
Councilman Riley?
No.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
The next line item is staying in inspections. It's line 42162, electrical permits. The proposed fiscal year 24 budget is 195,000. I'll make an amendment, a motion to amend to 200,000.
Second.
The 5-year average is 236,000 and annualized 23, it's at 199.
Any discussion? Council Vice President Vargas.
Thank you. Councilman Donegan, do you mind repeating that amendment again?
It would be to amend to $200,000. I know that, yeah, $200,000.
Are we under electrical permits?
Yes, on the fly, I shot for the stars and increased it by $1,000. I'm flying close to the sun, I know.
Definitely are. Just trying to double check on that. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Paplaskas.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm gonna vote no on this one. I have reservations on increasing any of these fees. I know I voted for the last one, but you know, a lot of the big construction projects are underway now in the city, and those permits have already been pulled and I assume paid for. And the way the economy is going, I'm not sure if that number is gonna hit the next time. So I'm gonna be voting no on this one this evening. Thank you.
Councilman Riley.
This group that we're inflating revenues. I'm just not a fan of that. I don't think it's fiscally responsible. And, you know, we have to live with the adage that you plan for the worst and you hope for the best. We're sitting here hoping for the worst, and it's not fiscally responsible. So that's why I've been voting no on them. Just inflate revenues to put money elsewhere.
Councilman Donegan.
Thank you, Council President. Respectfully to Councilman Paplaskas, I appreciate your constructive comment to the idea that I'm inflating anything, as and everyone has been here to listen. Everything that I've proposed has been within 5-year averages, as well as online with fiscal year 23 annualizations. I'm not inflating anything. Everything I've done is supported by numbers. You can disagree, but I don't think using the language of inflating and being fiscally irresponsible is necessary.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Thank you. Can we defer to the auditor on his opinion on this? Do you think, is that something that you would be able to provide? Given the fact that Councilman Donegan's been saying a lot of this is based on the 5-year, just kind of want to put your opinion on there for the record, please.
Based on what's been proposed, it's all coincides and agrees to extending and going on the 5-year average. There's nothing right now that's been egregious in my eyes. It's just basically taking the previous going forward. Obviously, you never know what's coming, but there is some history that we're following.
Any further discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan.
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas.
No.
Councilman Riley.
No.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
I know that on everyone's sheet, the next is the Harbor Master other income. I'm going to skip over that for now. Unfortunately, it was not able to identify exactly how many licenses there are, mooring licenses there are within the city. So I'm going to skip over that for now. The next line item would be contracts and purchasing. That's Department Code 1115, contracts and purchasing, line item 42186, account description scrap sales. The fiscal year 24 proposed is $250,000. I'd like to make a motion to amend to $261,500.
Second.
As we heard last week, the highest bid was $261,500. This would increase it by $11,500. This is for the, that line item is for the Heath Avenue property, school property.
Any discussion? And actually, I'm gonna take that back. Was that motion seconded?
I second it.
Okay, just to make sure. Okay, any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan.
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas.
Yes.
Councilman Riley. Council Vice President Vargas.
Yes.
Council President Reno.
Yes.
Next line item is in the fire department code 1200, fire department line item 43107, account emergency planning. The fiscal year proposal 24 is $1,000. I'd like to make a motion to amend to 1,500.
Second.
I spoke with the chief personally and he agreed that 1,500 is reasonable.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan.
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas.
Yes.
Councilman Riley. Council Vice President Vargas.
Yes.
Council President Reno.
Yes.
The next staying in fire is 43100, gas petroleum permits. The proposal for fiscal year 24 is 7,650. I'd like to make a motion to amend to 11,000.
Second.
Any discussion?
This fiscal year 23 is annualized over $11,000.
Any further discussion from council members? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan.
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas.
No.
Councilman Riley. Council Vice President Vargas.
Yes.
Council President Reno.
Yes.
The next line item is in police. It is Department Code 1202, police, line item 49130, other revenue. The fiscal year 24 proposal is $50,000. I'd like to make a motion to increase to $54,000.
Second.
I spoke with the major. The annualization for fiscal year 23 is $54,000. The 21 actuals are 60,000. The 22 actuals are 51. And speaking with the major, we agreed that increasing it by a few thousand was reasonable. So that makes it the average.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan.
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
No.
Councilman Paplaskas.
No.
Councilman Riley. Council Vice President Vargas. Yes. Council President Reno.
Yes.
I know the next line item on the list is the Public Works street opening permit revenue. In communicating with Director Zadelis this afternoon via email, which I appreciate his responsiveness to the many emails I sent him over the weekend. I'm not going to move forward with this. I believe that the proposal for fiscal year 24 is reasonable. Director, I don't know if you have any comment on that or want to elaborate, but thank you, Director. Just one moment. Same would go for the next line item, highway miscellaneous. Adult daycare, the that is revenue department code 1602, adult daycare, line item 47110, account adult daycare. The fiscal year proposed is $305,000. I will make a motion to increase to 310,000.
Second.
And I recognize on your sheet that was left at 0. It is one that I was still communicating with Director Zadelis about over the weekend and into this afternoon. So I went back and looked at what the actuals for adult daycare were pre-pandemic, and fiscal year 18 was 337,000. Fiscal year 19 was 334,000, and fiscal year 20, even despite the interruptions, was 327,000. So that 3-year average, right, taking away the 2 years after 2 fiscal years post-COVID or during COVID, that 3-year average would be $330,000. Now, I recognize that fiscal year 23 is not running towards that, but we did hear from the director that numbers are going up. In March alone, they brought in $32,000. So with that trend, and given the 3-year average of what it was before the pandemic, this would increase it by another 5 from what was proposed.
Any discussion? Okay, no further discussion. Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
No.
Councilman Paplaskas,
No.
Council Vice President Vargas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
The next line item is in revenue still. It is Department Code 1105, Department City Clerk, line item 42124, instrument recording. The fiscal year 24 proposed is 1.5 million. I'd like to increase that to 1,550,000.
Second.
The fiscal year 23 annualized is running at 2.6 million. You know, I mean, I would love to shoot for the moon on that, but you know, I want to be smart and not try and inflate something unnecessarily. I don't know if Budget Auditor DeMayo has any comment on this as well.
Through the Council President, when I was asked about this, the concern was not knowing if it would continuously go to the $2.6 million average. So my suggestion was to be reasonable on an additional increase because it is still trending high currently when you annualize it.
Thank you.
Any discussion? Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you. Are we I know that the clerk, Tracy, is not here right now, but perhaps Rose could answer this question. There are fees included in these recording fees that we're supposed to be taking into account that go to the state. So is this considering that number, or could anyone elaborate on that, perhaps in the legal department or the administration?
On this account, there is an off that does go to the state. Mr. Igo is trying to determine that percent of that number, okay?
While Mr. Igo is trying to come up with that number, do any other council members have questions or discussion? Director Moretti?
Mr. Zidelis, Director Zidelis, if it's okay, if you can run downstairs, he believes he has that information in his files. Perhaps you might want to either hold or move on and come back. In the meantime, Mr. Igo's looking, but not sure if he has the numbers in this chamber.
Councilman Donegan, you can withdraw the motion and then bring it up once they come back with the information if you'd like.
We can do that. It would, if respectfully, if I'm being asked what I would prefer, I would prefer to have that number before we move forward, because that will impact that pool of money that we would have then to appropriate and to not throw anything out of balance.
All right, at this time, we'll take a 5-10 minute recess to allow Director Zidelis to get that information. Thanks. Okay, at this time, we'll return from recess and Councilman Donegan, I believe the floor is yours.
Thank you. Through the council president to the budget order, I believe they're going to clarify.
To the council president. So what will be recognized as the change that Councilman Dunning made would be the net of the fees. So there is a 10% that is netted when they come in. So the increased revenue is net of fees.
That net would be 50,000. And so we
Any further discussion on this motion? Okay. There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
No,
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
yes.
Councilman Campiano,
No.
Councilman Paplaskas,
No.
Councilman Riley,
No.
Council Vice President Vargas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Okay, lastly, Department Code 0000, Department Taxes, State Aid and General Revenue, 49135, COVID-19 stimulus. The fiscal year 24 proposed is 4,675,000, and I would like to amend that to make it 4,707,621. That would be an increase of $32,621.
Second.
This is, this will help pay for the upgrades in the clerk's department. Those expenditures, and I'll go through it when that money is moved, would be for business license software, cash receipt software, and clerk base.
Any discussion? Councilman Paplaskas.
Thank you, through Madam President to the sponsor of the amendment. So essentially you'd be using opera funds, increasing what's coming or we have left.
Yes, and this would be technological upgrades, which if there are any questions about whether or not that's appropriate, I'll allow council budget auditor to weigh in on.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Councilwoman Renzulli.
thank you. Again, similar to a previous comment that I made, I don't necessarily have a problem with what's being asked to be increased in the city clerk's office. I do think that we need this software, we need technology upgrades around the city. But because we are not doing this in a line by line fashion where we're moving the money from one line to the next, I have difficulty voting for it, as if it might not end up getting there, and not because I don't think the sponsor intends for it to get there, just because if the lump sum is lower, it's going to come from somewhere. I don't know where it's going to come from. So that is my concern. Thank you.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Thank you. If that is the case in terms of folks not voting because of that, I'm just wondering, and this amendment was to pass, then later on, if the intentions, which I'm sure they are present to allocate this where they should be, then I think you would be able, Councilwoman Renzulli, to then make an amendment again to place it, I think, back to where it originally was. Am I not correct on that through the solicitor or the finance director?
Would be a motion to reconsider at that point.
Yeah, all right.
And I understand that. I would just prefer if we're talking about doing clean cuts and moves. To me, in my mind, if we're moving $32,000 here and we want $32,000 to go there, just like we've always done in the past, it doesn't make sense to me to put money into a pool and then have to go back and reconsider. And then I don't know what other people are going to vote at that point, and I already gave my vote. So I'm just putting on the record that I am totally 100% for upgrading the clerk's office, updating business software, and bringing us into this century technology-wise. But I am not for putting it into a pool and then figuring it out later. I don't believe we've ever done it that way, and I can't participate. Thank you.
Councilman Donegan.
Thank you. And just for what it's worth, I know that I recognize that Councilwoman, you were not on the city council at that time, but this is my fifth budget. I think first two that I'm part of when Councilman Stichels made his amendments from our caucus, the way that we did it was similar. That the amendments were made, it created a pool, and as I'm doing tonight, we kind of said it then, hey, if you approve everything we say, it's going to come up with this amount, and what we're going to do with it afterwards is move it here, and there. Just for context.
That's fine. I still don't love it and I don't feel comfortable with it. I also would ask through the solicitor's office, and I'm sure that you already cleared this, but it's just on my mind. So I'm asking, when we are using COVID money here in the budget, is it different? I know that we passed an ordinance saying that we needed to approve the mayor's COVID spending. Can we now just change that spending without the mayor sponsoring it originally? Because it's already in the line? Is that why it is? Because we're in the budget and this is a line item when we're just adding? Can we keep going here with this and just put more COVID money and decide to spend all of it right now? Because I don't think that that's a great idea. And I know it hasn't been proposed, but we could propose it the rest of the night if we wanted to.
Solicitor Malay.
Thank you. There is a question whether or not it would violate the charter, to be honest. 6.17 of the charter, which deals with the appropriations after the budget. Any additional appropriations have to be made by the recommendation of the mayor. Approved then by an ordinance, and also with the approval of the finance director to make sure that the money is still there. So there is a question of whether or not specifically spending money that's not placed in the budget, especially the opera funds, would be in violation of increasing that, would be a violation of the charter. There is a question there.
And at this time, I'm going to defer to Attorney Angel with respect to this issue. Thank you.
I respectfully disagree with the position that the Solicitor Malay took. The charter speaks of ordinary revenue. The ARPA funds are a special revenue receipt. It's restricted by this council by ordinance. And in the context of a budget, it's available to be appropriated by this council. The mayor can propose that ARPA funds be expended, and this council must approve of that expenditure. That's the nature of what that ordinance does. I recall the ordinance well. I wrote it. So this council can appropriate from ARPA funds if it so chooses. It's not a function of the levy or ordinary revenue, which is what the charter speaks to.
Any further discussion from council members? Councilwoman Jermaine.
Thank you. My question is to City Mayor, the auditor. I remember we have some specific line item that we can use ARPA money for. So if we can clarify if we can do that for the software based on the regulation of the use of ARPA money.
Order DeMayo, I believe Councilwoman Jermaine would like to know if we can use ARPA funds for the software enhancements in the clerk's office. If you could address that.
Through the council president, based on the research and the seminars I took, the opera funds are to appropriate to streamline items for software upgrades, computer upgrades, which in turn would allow the community to access stuff online, be more efficient. So if we ever got into an issue of another pandemic, they would be able to accommodate any issues going forward.
Thank you.
Any other discussion from council members? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli.
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
No.
Councilman Paplaskas,
No.
Councilman Riley,
No.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Okay, so that is it for expenditure reductions and revenue increases in terms of creating that pool. Unless there are any disagreements, according to my spreadsheet, that but created a pool of $209,423. If, I don't know if there's any disagreement before I move on.
Oh. I'll just give them a moment and to address it. Thanks.
Let me check. I did, but there was 500 on, off that thing. Yeah, so it should be, I did, Mike asked me. Well, round them up, so if I round them up, it should be an even number. Right, so I don't know what you rounded up to. You have to go number 20, I thought 209, 423. The electrical permits rather than that one up 6,000. That's it. Okay, we're good. All right. Perfect. Ours line up. Yeah. So the electrical one we did. All right. Can't do it. I'd have to keep that. I forgot my abacus.
All right. Budget Auditor DeMayo and I, we've both been counting on our fingers as we've gone throughout the night. We match up. So I feel confident in that math. All right. So to repeat, the amount is $209,423. Again, this money would be appropriated to increasing funding for care of trees. It would bring council budget auditors pay closer in line to council attorney and the grant writer. It would create a, beginning in January 2024, a senior planning position. Beginning in January 2024, a translator and clerk in municipal court. It would provide technological upgrades to the city clerk's department, and it would the balance left over would be appropriated to the schools as an additional appropriation. At this time, we turn to expenditure group 1305, care of trees, line item 54501, account planting of trees. The proposed fiscal year 24 is $12,000. I'd like to increase that to $30,000. That would be an increase of 18.
We make a motion.
Motion to amend to $30,000.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilman Campapiano.
This line item concerns me in one way. The planting of trees. I went through the city and especially in Ward 2, Ward 1, Ward 3, and Ward 5. And the damage to the sidewalks to these trees was tremendous. And once you plant that tree, 50% of that damage is now the responsibility of the owner of the house. So it's not fair to that homeowner to plant that tree and then have them pay for half the repairs that that tree caused, especially in Ward 3, where the sidewalks are so close to the house and those foundations are made of fieldstone. So the roots get into the foundation, they lift up the sidewalk. I know Councilwoman Jermaine has pictures in her phone of this damage. I wish there was a little bit more thought into the repairing of the sidewalks as well as the trees. So I cannot support that.
Councilman Donegan.
Councilman Campapiano, I appreciate your concern and your comments are I don't disagree about the necessity for increased maintenance of the sidewalks. Certainly no one is going to have a tree planted anywhere on their property without their consent. This would provide for further trees to be planted in line with what our current tree planting practices are, which would not be in between the curb and the sidewalk to prevent future issues such as that. But this would simply just help us replace the trees that we're taking down. But again, they're not going to be planted on someone's property if they don't want it. And we did pass the ordinance unanimously, and the mayor did sign this ordinance.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes, we did determine at a council meeting that we were not replacing 1/3 of the trees that we took down. And this was just one of the means of making sure that we replaced every tree that we cut down with the consent of the homeowner. So I am definitely in favor of this amendment.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Just to add to that conversation as well, I believe it was also, the city is also actually planting the right trees as opposed to what was planted many years ago, which we realized was not the right tree. So going forward, I believe all the trees being planted are appropriate. And I don't know the species of the tree to be exact. I'm not a tree warden or an expert, but it would be wouldn't have any problem on how it's being planted going forward, at least we've been told so far.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Thank you, Madam President. To the point of Council Campopiano, I agree with you with the safety issue that the trees causes in our sidewalk. But at the same time, we can work together to address both issues. So I think we can find some money to put to the program we have, the sidewalk program. And I'm working on something to propose a lot of people, residents who have those sidewalk that cannot afford to fix them. We can help them. I think in one of the barrier they have is, they have to have a contractor, and it's not easy to have a contractor to come and then for reimbursement. So I think you and I, we can work on that to propose an ordinance to ease the burden on them, because it's a 50-50. So if the money the resident can give the money to the city and do the work. So at the same time, there is the problem. This is something that I really care about, but planting the trees have also a health issue, benefit for the residents. So we can work both hands and to solve that at the same time. So that's why I'm in support of the trees, but we're gonna do it better while we address the issue of the safety.
Before I call on Council Vice President Vargas, I just want to add, I am in support of this amendment this evening. The ordinance that was passed by council specifically outlined that the tree replacement would occur in as close of a location as possible, but not necessarily the exact location. So that clearly if it was a hazard or an issue, then it would not be in that same exact location. So I don't believe that that will be a reoccurring concern. Council Vice President Vargas.
Thank you. Councilmember Donegan, what was the dollar amount again being allocated for trees? 30,000, was that correct?
The total, if this amendment is approved, would be 30,000.
Okay. And I think 30,000 was a number that you roughly gave, I think, last month ago or two in terms of finding money, correct?
So if we were to fully fund the ordinance, it would be 40,000. In speaking with the administration, in speaking with the administration, the consensus was that, given the large jump, 30,000 to scale for year one would be appropriate. While at the same time, I believe the grant writer is also looking to identify additional funding.
Thank you. I totally support this, Councilmember Donegan. I'm wondering, just entertaining a discussion over here in terms of possibly to Councilmember Capobiano's point on terms of sidewalks. Can our finance director provide us information? I mean, the sidewalk program, which is a 50-50 program, is that maxed out completely? To like the actuals right now? No, yeah. The only reason why I'm asking is I was just wondering if instead of wondering if we can at least give, even if we had to increase that by $10,000 on the sidewalk program and see if the grant writer can work with us in terms of the trees. So that way maybe the 20 or 25 can still go towards trees out of that 30 and at least increase the sidewalk by at least 5,000. If it hasn't been fully used, I just don't know where we are on the sidewalk or unless there's additional.
Councilman Donegan.
And unless I know Mr. Igo and Mr. Zelis are the final authority on this, but according to the February actuals, the actual through February was 13,779. If you annualize that to 12 months, that would be about $21,000. The current budget is 30,000, so that would be running $9,000 under budget.
Okay. Oh, so that means we can actually then provide those additional extra dollars somewhere else? Oh, I'm joking. Joking around. So is that accurate? All right.
Through the president, Councilor Donegan's numbers are right on the mark from the February report. And in terms of, and I don't know if you said that in jest about reallocating the money. I don't know if any commitments are out there in terms of the spring, which we're in with DPW already being committed to replacing a sidewalk. So I would caution redeploying the sidewalk dollars at this moment.
No, it was actually going to increase, but given the fact that there's still dollars there and there's still funding available, then I'm going to not propose that motion, and I'll actually end up supporting Councilmember Donegan's the way it stands. Thank you.
Any further discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
No.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
No.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
The next in expenditure is Department Code 1102. City Council, line item 52211, Council Auditor. The fiscal year 24 proposed is 24,720. I'd like to amend that line item to be 36,000. I'd like to
Second.
make a motion to amend that line item to 36,000.
Second.
Any discussion? Council Vice President Vargas.
Can you give me some background on that?
This would essentially bring the budget auditor's pay to closer in line with the city council attorney as well as with our grant writer. Speaking personally, so one, I think that's fair. Also, you know, being in my first year as the finance chair, I can attest to how hard David DeMayo has worked with me on this budget. I mean, I've spent a lot of time, and I think he's probably spent just as much time, if not more. So I think for the work he does, again, bringing it closer in line with what the grant writer and the attorney make, you know, we gave a huge increase to the grant writer, and it's well deserved. And I think it's also well deserved for the our budget auditor.
Councilman Ferry.
When I was the finance chair and I brought the audit committee back to life, I really couldn't have done it without Auditor DeMayo. He stepped up to the plate and helped me organize everything, and he has continued, as far as I know, to do that with Councilman Donegan. So I am in favor of this amendment.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you. I will agree that Budget Auditor DeMayo does a fantastic job. I will say that I did not vote yes on the very large increase to our own attorney, who also does a good job. But I would have given less of a raise there, just like I would give less of a raise here. Not that any of us are in this for the money, but this raise itself is almost twice as much as what we make currently just in the raise. And I know that we all put in a lot of hours too. As far as the grant writer goes, she brings in millions of dollars, so she's worth her weight in gold. I think that's a totally different, you can't compare the two. If we wanted to take some from the attorney and give it to the auditor, make it even, I could do that. Or we could just increase this maybe by $5,000-6,000. That would be amenable to me. So I don't want to, I'm saying that David DeMayo, our auditor, is fantastic. He answers the phone every time you call, but this is just, you know, when we're cutting or adding $150 here and cutting a little bit here, this is one of the bigger numbers here. So there's something I want to note. Thank you.
Council Vice President Vargas.
I'm going to, unfortunately, straight off the bat, in no disrespect to the work that our auditor is doing. David, this is absolutely does not go personal on you, but if we're going through the budget and allocating it to city services and we're criticizing at some point, or at least the mayor in terms of giving staff increase, I personally would not be able to support this tonight, the way it stands, only because I'd rather use maybe come in the near future, but right now I would not be able to place my head at night and sleep knowing that that's the way I voted. And this is, by all means, our auditor has gone above and beyond the work that he's done for the city. I would reconsider this next year, but right now I wouldn't, unfortunately, I can't support this.
Council.
I echo the words of Councilwoman Vargas and Councilwoman Renzulli.
Councilman Riley.
President, I fully agree with Councilwoman Renzulli's point that perhaps these positions need to be evened out. There was an extremely large increase in the salary of the legal counsel for the city council last year. Nothing was even looked at for Auditor DeMayo. I think he does a tremendous job. I think they both do a nice job, but I think that should be something that's considered to even them out. I mean, whatever the 40-something thousand that the council gets paid, and he does a great job, but comparably throughout the state, it's a little much. And then we have Auditor DeMayo, who puts in just as much work and works just as hard, and he was left on the other end of the stick. So I would certainly support a amendment to even those out.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
I will agree with the sentiment of Council Ferry and Council Winsley, but at the same time, I would like to, it's a little bit high as we know what is going on right now in our budget rate. Things are really tight. Probably we can do it not half of that, and then next year we add the rest to make it even. But I would really support that we add something like 6,000, something like that. And then for the next fiscal year, we add up.
At this time, I'd like to say a few words on this issue. Council Auditor DeMayo brings institutional knowledge, is open to every single council member, even when it was led by former Council President Poplawskis, and for former councils before. In our just factually correct, and I'm sure it was unintentional, but it was stated earlier that we gave legal counsel a raise last year. It was not. It was actually in 2021 under Council President Poplawskis. I think it was bipartisan vote. But going to the auditor, we all were on council in the year when Director Strom had stepped aside, and we did not have a finance director, and the administration did the best they could, and we welcomed the assistance of Mr. Igo, but Mr. DeMayo stepped up a lot as well. And I point to even recently with respect to the error in an advertising that, thanks to, his guidance, that was found and corrected. I am in favor of an increase in his salary. Given what I've heard from council members tonight, I'm wondering if there may be a different figure in mind that Councilman Donegan might want to reconsider his motion.
Thank you. I think in listening to feedback from my colleagues, I will remove my motion to amend to $36,000. And I would make a motion to amend that line item to $29,720. That would be an increase of $5,000.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilman Poplawskis.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say, what an asset David DeMayo is to this council. When I was council president, I'm sure it's the same now for Madam President. I always knew every day what David was working on. He's a master with the numbers. I don't know when you sleep, Dave, so I will be supporting this raise. I know you haven't received any significant increase in the 7 years you were here. You've taken on a lot more duties. And I'm glad you stayed on for this term and continue to serve the city of Cranston. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Council Vice President Vargas.
What is the amount? Can you repeat that again, please?
The total increase would be $5,000.
Any other discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
No.
Lily,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas. I'm sorry. Council President Marino.
Yes. And clerk, what was the roll on that?
Motion passed 7-2.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one. The next five are all in group 1109. That is the Department of Planning. This would be to create a senior planning, a senior planner that would begin in January of 2024. So the first, and just some of the line items here on the sheet that I provided, they are not round numbers. The numbers that I'm gonna suggest tonight, after speaking with Mr. Igo, I went back into the spreadsheet and rounded everything up. So it might be slightly different than what you have in front of you. So the first line item is 51100, salary schedule. Would make the fiscal year 24 proposed is 305,605. I would make a motion to increase that to 340,517.
Second.
So that would be an increase of 34,912.
Any discussion? Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to be honest with you. Like bottom line up front, how the planning director has presented recently in seemingly being difficult in getting the comprehensive plan done. I have a problem. I have no other way to put this, rewarding poor behavior. I don't think that adding a part-time employee there without seeing that, you know, we even thought that the RFP was supposedly going to be able to be posted in 2 days, and I don't know. I don't think it's been posted yet. Not sure. So I don't want to throw money that way until we see that some work is being done that we need done, and, you know, show that you want to do the work, and we'll give you more people to do the work. And perhaps if this is, you know, for the comprehensive plan work, which is supposedly going to take up a lot of the time of that office, then maybe that could be funded through a grant on a temporary basis focused on that. I don't know exactly. I'm just saying that my feeling and why I cannot support this is because of what we've seen recently, what we've seen last year, the whole debacle with putting money in a special line. I don't feel comfortable with it, and I'm just making that known. Thank you.
Councilman Donegan.
Thank you. While I too am frustrated at times with our planning department and some of the responses we receive here before us, I think that you know, the fact remains that we have 2 full-time planners aside from our director, which is significantly lower than like-sized municipalities. If we want to address things like our comprehensive plan, which we need to, if we want to address things like our housing crisis, if we want to have people working to address things like climate change in the future, we need planners. We cannot just have 2 people constantly reacting to everything that's coming into the city. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing that we have lots of things coming into the city, but we also need to plan forward. And I think that having someone else in that department will provide for those opportunities.
Councilman Riley, you had your hand up earlier. Any further discussion, Councilman Ferry?
Yes. Based on what we're seeing, the development we're seeing within the city, the housing needs we have, and speaking to developers, we need more people in the planning department to keep this city headed in the right direction. Now, whether or not you're happy with the director is appointed by the mayor, not the council. Planning Commission, okay? So we know we need a comprehensive plan. We've been told that if we don't add a person to that department, it's going to take even longer to get one. I just don't understand if I'm living in the same city as everybody else that's up here talking against it. We need to add people to the planning department to keep this city headed in the right direction and to bring revenue into this city. I don't understand how else we can do it with 2 people. I worked for the city of Providence on a contractual basis for their planning department. They have a dozen planners. We have 2. So think about the fact that they are overburdened with the work that they have and they need help. And it's our job to get them the help and then to see that they're using those people correctly. We do have that right. So we need a person in the planning department. Thank you.
Before Councilman Campopiano, I just want to say, Councilman Farrer, your point is well taken, and just so we're all on the same page too, Director of Planning Department, I believe, is hired at the discretion of the Planning Commission, but your point is well taken. And Councilman Campopiano, you had your hand up?
Thank you, Madam President. I respectfully disagree with Councilwoman Renzulli. I visited the planning department and interviewed everyone in that department, and became very apparent to me that there is a need in that department. If we want to grow as a city, that's where it begins. And I know in my business, everything starts with a plan. And if we don't have a plan in place, we can't do anything. So I will be in support of this. Thank you.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Thank you, Madam President. I understand the frustration of Councilwoman Winsley. Me too, I was just frustrated by the answer of the director. But at the same time, I was empathetic to know that for years and years, he has been advocating we need more people. And instead of adding, we remove throughout the years. So I think if I was in his plate, I would resign. But he didn't, because I think he loved doing the work. He loved the city. He tried his best. And he was like, okay, I asked you, this is what I asked you to do. I need this, but you don't do it for me. I'm trying, but it is what it is. I was disappointed, but we cannot keep our disappointment and not moving forward, right? So what is the best way to address this? Now we can hold him accountable, right? So it's the key to hold him accountable, right? We have more than 80,000 people in the city, and we know people want to do business with us. But if we do not have a solid planning department, we're not going anywhere. So now let's give him the tools, and we will see. And we call him here and to say, hey, now you have 3 people with you. So how things is going? So I think you can see it. I understand where you are. I was at that moment too. I am still, but we need to have someone in. We need to add more people. So I hope you can reconsider. And it's not for him, because what we're doing now, it's not for a person, it's for the city. So I will encourage you really to reconsider and vote to have another person in the planning department.
Councilman Paplaskas.
Thank you, Madam President. When I look at this issue about adding back or adding positions, you know, I think I would take a more of a global look at it. I mean, every director that came in front of us probably would have said, yeah, I need people if we asked them. Because that's just how it is across the whole city. I mean, we had a workforce reduction of 24 people. And I think about those people every day. So to arbitrarily come back and add a position in planning, when I honestly think there might be other positions in the city that might be higher on my priority list. I can't support this evening. They do have the grant for the comprehensive plan. They should get that RFP done, sub it out, and have a contractor start working it, you know, right away, so we can get that comp plan. So I'll be voting against it for those reasons. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you. I just want to put on record that had last year, when we said, can you put something out to start spending that $70,000 that we had budgeted? And an effort was made to work on that comprehensive plan. And then we were told, we're working towards this. We have another 70 coming. We're having trouble. I could see adding a person to help there. But when that was, I feel, arbitrarily put into some kind of reserve that we didn't really, I don't remember voting to put in that in some kind of reserve. I don't know anyone else who has a reserve like that, other than, you know, the library and the schools who have maintenance of effort. I feel like we were duped, and I totally understand where my colleagues who don't agree with me are coming from, and I want to make that known. I just can't support that move and then adding someone there. And obviously, I might be in the minority. You guys can pass this anyway, but if we come back here next year and I have to look at someone who's telling me, didn't do this, this, and this, give me more. I don't want to say I told you so. Thank you.
Director Moretti.
Thank you. And when it comes to personnel, it is very difficult. Certainly, what comes to mind in the mayor's mind are those 24 people that don't have jobs anymore for different reasons. With the common theme is that we laid off where it really hurt the city. The mayor did not ask or reduce the staff in planning, didn't reduce the staff in municipal court, kept it there. So in light of the positions where departments got cut, just because they're not a squeaky wheel, there's still a lot of pain going on. So the mayor would have preferred other departments getting employees back than necessary. This is the priority in planning. Certainly, no one's going to disagree. It's not important. But I also have to make a statement which might be controversial. But the mayor instituted office hours not to have flex hours. And I'm not quite sure of the accountability of that department. So I think if we have a year that, again, the mayor does not exercise control of the planning department, but to give us an opportunity to maybe get a better feel about accountability of time, that we could proudly stand here and recommend more staffing. But we're not observing that. It's hard for the mayor to support this. Thank you.
Councilman Riley.
I just wanted to also note that I believe the planning department, they have an intern now. And I always see the young lady with the planning director. So I know they do have somebody working there. But I tend to agree with my colleagues, Councilman Paplaskas and Councilwoman Renzulli. I mean, everybody needs more. Everybody can do more if they have more. This is about being able to tighten our belts and do what we can. So to just come here and give excuses year after year and the same excuses, we need a new leader in that department. We don't need more. So that's where it's got to start at the top. That's all.
Any other discussion? Okay, I believe we've heard from everyone on this evening. I would like to say that I'm in support of this amendment this evening. With respect to the planning department, before I was on council, when I was just a constituent, there was a need in that department, and there still is. We are greatly understaffed in a way that hurts us financially, in my opinion, with respect to the city and our ability to generate revenue. And precisely to the point of the cause that is heartbreaking to all of us, that there were layoffs last year in different positions in different departments. My hope is that by having more staff in this planning department, we will be able to generate revenue that we should be generating at a quicker pace than we have. And if that turns out to be true, then we will have more revenue as a city, and we will be able to maybe hire some of those people back in those positions. But to sit here and say, just because we don't like the way the director is operating or because he's slow with the comprehensive plan, doesn't mean that we're not supposed to try and take prudent efforts, in my opinion, to try and staff that department so that we can generate revenue in a way that we should compared to other cities and towns. And I've heard this from commercial developers as well, people that have approached that department. There's a backlog, and I'm hoping that this will facilitate moving some things along and us being able to generate more revenue at a quicker and more efficient pace. So at this time, clerk, if you can please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas.
No.
Councilman Riley,
No.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
The next line item will be, it's line 51300, payroll taxes. The fiscal year 24 proposed is 23,143. Like to amend, make a motion to amend to 25,814.
Second.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas, Councilman Riley,
No.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
The next line item is 51301, pension contribution. The fiscal year 24 proposed is 33,494. Like to make a motion to amend to 37,359.
Second.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan.
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas, Councilman Riley,
No.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
The next line item is line item 51302, hospitalization. The fiscal year 24 proposed is 84,567. I'd like to amend that to 96,942.
Second. You're
Any
gonna say
s-
motion. Councilman Donegan, I don't think you said motion.
Sorry, I'd like to make a motion to amend that line item to 96,942.
Second.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
No.
Council Vice President Vargas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Line item 51304, group life. The fiscal year 24 proposed is 768. I'd like to make a motion to amend to 864.
Second.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli.
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley, Council Vice President Vargas.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
The next five are in municipal court. That's group number 1107. And this would be to add a clerk and translator position that would begin in January 2024. If we remember earlier in the night, we zeroed out the part-time help line item that was 32,300. Full expense for the next five, I think was about 39,000, if my memory is correct. And that's where we'll be moving all of that money. So the first would be line item 51100, salary schedule. The fiscal year 24 proposed is 142,164. I'd like to make I will make a motion to amend to 163,315.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you. I just want to make note that the 32,000 from the overtime, that's for an entire year, correct? That's budgeted for the year,
That was a part-time help,
but for the whole year.
correct?
So even if it's $7,000 lower than this 39,000, that's only going to be funding this position for half a year. And then I'm assuming going forward, we're going to want to keep this human, right?
Correct.
Okay, so as someone who has to work, who works another job and department in which we use translators, I think the biggest part of this job is the translation. I think perhaps it would be a wise investment perhaps to look into a translating service, which will not only do whatever language. I'm assuming that Spanish is the primary language, but there's a lot of people in this city now from different places, refugees from all different countries now. And this Spanish clerk is not going to be able to help those people, so we're going to have to utilize a translating service anyway. I realize that a special translating service would have to be procured to work in legal for court. But if we don't have any kind of estimate of what that would cost, this job at $39,000 is more like closer to $80,000 when we go across a whole year. And if we're not thinking that, then we're fooling ourselves. So I can't support this. Thank you.
Councilman Riley.
Thank you, Madam President. With the municipal court being almost an extension of the Rhode Island judiciary, we shouldn't be reinventing the wheel. They utilize these translation services each and every day. And we could piggyback on top of that and hire the same services at not a reduced cost hourly, but not having to only use them when we need them, rather than employing someone, giving them benefits and a pension, when we can just hire it right from the same company that the Rhode Island courts already do.
Any other discussion? Councilwoman Jermaine.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a little difficulty with that position as well, because it's only for translation. Probably we need to have like the person should be like not only bilingual, maybe trilinguals in some ways. And that as we are in the 21st century, we, as an interpreter myself, so we can use this money to utilize it, whether we have someone that speak French, and we can call for, I don't want to make advertisement, but we have a lot of agency that offered language services, and that will be more effective to use someone who speak Mandarin, someone who speak French, someone who speaks Creole. We have a lot of those people here. I know a lot of Haitians live here that would love to have those services. So my question is it only what kind of languages this person will be proficient on to serve as a translator, to really include the representation in the city. So meaning we have a lot of Asian, here too. So for that reason, I think if we just hire one person and we do not clarify or put in detail what type of language we want the person to be able to speak, I think it's not really putting that good benefit of the total of the population of the city. For that reason, I think I cannot support that one.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Thank you. Currently, the position that's there right now is part-time, correct, Councilman Donegan? That's the reason you're proposing to make this a full-time. And so that person would become a full-time, correct? Does not have to reapply for the full-time? Right, through the administration? The person would actually stay, correct?
Not necessarily, it'd have to be posted, it would be a Teamsters position, have to go through the advertising, posting, qualification process.
Fair enough. But if I just want to be clear that this person is going to be a translator regardless of the language that the person is translating. This person has to have, that has to be NAGIT certified in order to translate anything that comes from the court. So in terms of just having, it's not, let me hire Lamas Vargas because she speaks Spanish, is let me hire Lamas Vargas if she's so qualifies in terms of having that NAJIT translation services under her belt, which is that certification. So I just want to be clear on the translation portion of it, and I will support this. Thank you.
Any other discussion from council members? Director Moretti?
Thank you. This is a bit of a surprise because during the budget process, the people from the courts did indicate that they're fine the way it is with the staffing that they have, and that they did not require additional help in terms of converting to full-time. So frankly, all things considered, we think this would not be the best money well spent, especially when the need was not expressed nor demonstrated. Thank you.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Sorry, I just want to also add that I think when municipal court came before us, they also indicated that this person would not just be translating, but this person would also do other duties that need to be fulfilled within this capacity. So there's not court taking place between 8 to 4 every day. So again, just wanted to be clear that when they came before us, that was on the record.
Councilman Donegan.
Thank you. Yes, so this would, Council Vice President is correct. Their sole duty would not be translator. They would be assisting within the department with other clerical duties to help. That way the court administrator, who is the person there right now, who is also acting as a translator, not to pull her away from her duties. So this would help the municipal court function better. It would help, serve a wider range of members of our community. And obviously, Councilwoman Germain's comments are not unfounded. There are a wide breadth of various languages and communities that are here in Cranston, and I think we all recognize that we're better for it. The reality is, I don't think there's any one person that we could hire that could speak every language that they might need to eventually have to be able to speak. But the representative from the municipal court did attest to the fact that the requirements for those translation services, even if you need them for 15 minutes, I believe it's a 4-hour minimum. You can, they have to be on standby anytime you call them, and those numbers add up very quickly. So I think that adding this position would make it more, it would expand the ability of the department.
Any other discussion from council members? I would like to say that I will be in support of this motion this evening. When it comes to the translation services specific to the municipal court, when I've had the occasion to be at the municipal court, I have seen where Spanish-speaking people are coming to the window and the clerk is torn from answering the phone to going and translating for the person who doesn't understand what to do with the ticket that they've received. Councilwoman Germain's point is well received. There are a litany of other languages and people within this community that require the translation as well. However, when you look at the percentage of translation services that are required for that court, Spanish speaking comes up as the #1 recurring need for translation. And there are requirements, as Council Vice President Vargas mentioned, with respect to certification. You can't just be someone who speaks Spanish. And to Councilman Donegan's point about the cost incurred, I can attest to this from my day job. There are minimum fees, even if you call the interpreter for 20 minutes. When you're using outside services, there are minimum hourly rates of 2 hours or 4 hours, depending on what it is. And this is a court. While it's a city court, it's still a court. And I think that it's a benefit to have someone that can serve as translator and as clerk, as was mentioned at the budget meeting. And for that reason, I'll be in support of this amendment this evening. And if Councilwoman Germain.
Thank you. For this position, what is the duty of the person who were if I'm not out of context, as we proposes as a translator, what was, if the person was there already, what is the duty of that person in adding the translation portal?
While the department is not here, I can tell you just from experience, a clerk position at the municipal court would be assisting with the day-to-day functions of the court in terms of processing the tickets, any data entry, answering phones, and then courtroom services as well with, that would be any people who receive tickets coming before the court.
In case this motion fail, is that mean the person who is in that position will lose her job?
No. It's currently a part-time position, and what this amendment seeks to do is have this position transition to a full-time position, I believe at the start of January 2024. And the administration has stated that that job would then have to be posted due to the union requirements.
Thank you. As I mentioned, if the person would not lose his job, I think it's better we use this money to give it to the extra money to the school committee. And instead of make it a full-time, because I don't know, if the person is already there, he provide the services so already. So I don't see the need really to put it in full-time. So we can use this money to give it to the school committee.
And just to, thank you, Councilwoman Jermaine, the person's there part-time, but they're not able to then provide the translation services for the full day because they're only there part-time. But, any other council members? Councilman Donegan.
We had zeroed out the part-time help line item. So if this motion fails and we do not create this position, what would happen to the current part-time help procedurally this evening?
We can do a motion to reconsider.
And that motion would have to pass?
Correct.
And if that motion did not pass?
If the motion to reconsider the reduction in the part-time help of the municipal clerk, then that person would in fact, that position would no longer be available and that person would be out of a job. It would be defunded, basically. Right. Any further discussion? And Director Moretti, you want to be heard?
Please, thank you. I think the last resort would be the mayor could veto, and if it's not overridden, then that would revert back to having the part-time person there.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you. I just want to go back to my first point, which was that if we have not studied how the cost of using a service to have on paper versus making someone full-time, we could utilize a service perhaps and not spend this amount of money, could be significantly less, and service more people within the community. Again, I work in a department that we have access to 220 languages. I get that they're not legal, but Councilman Riley already said the judiciary uses translation services too. I guess perhaps we could just get rid of municipal court, send everybody over to RITT and almost be even, actually, if anybody wanted to look into that, and we wouldn't have to do any of this and they could utilize those translation services. But that would be more people in the city of Cranston out of a job. So let's not fool ourselves here. We're not actually helping more people who speak other languages, because this person who speaks Spanish, while that would be the highest percentage outside of English, is already there, and maybe we change their hours, but we could be servicing other languages, because I'm sure we have to service those languages now and utilize a translation service, or people are just not getting serviced. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
No.
Councilman Paplaskas,
No.
Councilman Riley,
No.
Council Vice President Vargas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
All right, seeing that, I'm not going to move forward with the next four amendments. On the spreadsheet that I provided to everyone, that would be the payroll taxes, pension contribution, hospitalization, and group life. So if you could just one moment, and I'll be able to do some quick math. I'm going to go back up to the expenditure group 1107 municipal court line item 51200 part-time help. I'd like to take a motion to reconsider.
Second.
He was. Yep, yep. Any discussion?
The motion is to reconsider.
And that was seconded by Councilman Ferry, correct? Yep.
Correct.
Okay. And the clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan. Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas,
Yep.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Okay, back down to expenditures in the city clerk department. That is group 1105. Department City Clerk, line item 52004, account departmental expenses. The fiscal year 24 line item is $5,000. I would make a motion to amend to 37,621. That's 37,621.
Second.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
So that leaves us, there's a pool of 67,583. So what I'm going to do now, is, a question that I have before I move forward with the next one to our city council attorney. Can we make an adjustment to the same line item twice?
Your motion to reconsider was essentially to put the money back. Is that right? That was your intent? Yep. Yeah.
I guess what, I'll be explicit. If I were to, so we have my numbers, $67,583 remaining to allocate to balance everything out. If I wanted to put that to the schools and then increase the tax levy by another amount, could I do the 67,583 to that school line item now and then propose a tax levy increase and move that to the schools?
I think I'd like to hear from the auditor on the math first, if we can, Madam President.
So through the council president, I believe you made it, you reconsidered, but you have to make an amendment to put the money back. So right now, what I have is 99,000 because we have to reconsider to put the money back.
I apologize. I skipped over that. You're right. I'm sorry. I'll make a motion to, I apologize, everyone. Make a motion to make the line item 51200 in municipal court read as 32,300.
Second. Any discussion? Okay. Hold on just a minute.
Yes, that is correct.
All right, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan.
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Council Paplaskas.
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to do it this way.
Councilman Donegan, if I can interrupt for a minute,
Yeah,
Order de Mayo.
To the council president, I think what we need to do is reconsider one of the line items. I went back and conferred with our clerk, and it was the electrical permit increase. We believe that the vote was on 5,000, and then when we tied our numbers out, you believe it was 6. So prior to making your final adjustment to be in balance, I think we should revisit what the clerk has and maybe reconsider that line item for what you may want it to be, Councilman. 42162, yes,
so
and
the,
inspections.
the motion that I made was for it to be $200,000. Know that on the sheet I provided, it was 199. But I had articulated at the time that I was going to adjust that up to 200,000.
So that, if I'm correct, without checking, that's a $5,000 adjustment.
5,000. Yes.
So that's what was voted on. I just want to have clarity.
Yes.
That's the difference we're coming up with when you came. So it was 208 at the time and not 209, but now it's changed.
I'm gonna have why don't we take a recess and Councilman Donegan, Order de Mayo, and the administration can confer on that number. Thanks. minutes and we will reconvene. Councilman Donegan, I believe you had the floor.
Thank you, Council President Marino. Turning to the revenue section, group 0000, taxes, state aid, and general revenues, line item 41178, tax revenue 2023 fiscal year 24. The 2024 proposed budget is $186,155,485. I'd like to amend that.
Oh, Councilman Donegan, hold on. Order DeMayo has something. I'm sorry, before you put forth your motion.
To the council president, councilman, I just want to make sure that I think there's one more amendment that needs to be made to balance out the amendments that we did. I don't think we had finalized the last end of that to bring it in balance.
For the 66,583. So I'm going to, my plan was to make the motion that I was about to, if that passes, to take that amount and the amount that is left over and move that to the schools. If this next motion doesn't pass, then that remaining 66,583 itself would be moved. So I am going to balance it out. I'm just going to increase one line item first, to add to the pool, and then make the motion to move the total pool over.
All right, my apologies. I just wanted to make sure I'm just following what I've got in front of me. Thank you.
I very much appreciate your due diligence this evening. To line item 41178, tax revenue 2023 fiscal year 24, I'd like to make a motion to amend the line item to read 186,655,485. That's 186,655,485 for an increase of $500,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Councilman Donegan.
Thank you, Council President. This money would be transferred directly to the schools. We're level funded this year in the mayor's proposed budget. And as we all know, the moment level funding a department of this size or level funding, are essentially, if it is effectively giving them less. And we have world-class schools here in Cranston, and we want to keep it that way. And the best way to do that is we got to put our money where our mouth is. And I think that given the times, 500,000 is a fair amount to give based on what the mayor has put in front of us without going to the full cap. So like I said, this is to support the schools.
Any further discussion? Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you. So just to be clear, this is increasing the tax increase to support the schools. How much of a increase is that going to go percentage wise? What are we going to for a full number?
I'm going to have to let the finance department do that calculation.
And at this time, as we're waiting for the administration to run the tax levy percentage number, just let the record reflect that Councilman Riley is no longer in attendance.
Madam Council President, the auditor is at a 2.81%, we're at a 2.80, and I'm gonna credit that. It's immaterial, but let's go for the high side and say 2.81%.
Okay.
Can I still go?
Yep, council. Continue and then.
Thank
we'll
you.
go on to
And the
council.
maximum, the cap is 3%, is that correct?
Through the council president to the counselor, the maximum cap for Cranston is 3% from year to year.
Okay, thank you.
That's the levy?
So nearing the top of the cap to give the schools not what they asked for. And when I personally asked them, what were they going to not be able to do if they did not receive the $2.4 million that they asked for, it was not completely clear. So what they can do with this $500,000 plus the $66,000, I'm not sure of either. I just know that last time we went through this, as it's almost 10 o'clock, people asked, it's 10 o'clock, do you know where your tax dollars are? And right now it's 10 o'clock and we're doing the same thing, except it's working for some people and not others. So I'm just saying, I'm not a fan of increasing taxes to not even give the schools money for, we don't know what exactly. I'd rather give some money to our great grant writer and have her find them grants for millions. It's just my personal opinion. Thank you.
Councilman Ferry.
Could we clarify, is it the tax levy percentage you just gave us or the tax increase?
Through the council president to the counselor, it's the tax levy increase.
Okay, do we know what the actual tax increase would be based on that tax levy number? It wouldn't be the maximum.
Through the council president to the counselor, it's $5,149,000 difference year over year.
No, what is the tax, instead of 1.94, which
Oh,
was
the
proposed,
rate?
what would the rate become based on that tax levy increase? Sorry if I didn't make that clear.
Through the council president to the counselor. an estimate right now, because I don't have the assessor here for this one. It would be, I believe, the estimated residential rate would be 1892, and the estimated commercial rate would be 2838.
Commercial, good.
2840 on 2840.
So can anybody calculate the tax increase? 2.27, so it would go up about 0.3. Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? No. Councilman Campopiano.
I too am not in favor of any type of tax increase. I remember last year, also the negative campaigns that went out, that is Richard Campbell raised taxes. And I did vote for $1 million be given to the schools last year, but I also voted in the $1 million+ in cuts that didn't go through. So I'm not in favor of any type of tax increase.
Councilman Paplaskas.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I will not be supporting this vote tonight. Not only does it raise the taxes from what they're already proposed at the 1.94%, we also have a revaluation coming up, which could potentially hurt a third of the taxpayers, even harder than that 2.27%, which would be the new rate. So I'll be voting against it this evening.
Any other discussion? All right, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
No.
Councilman Paplaskas,
No.
Council Vice President Vargas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the line item Department Code 1800, Department School System, line item 59000, account additional city appropriation to 566,583, 566,583. And that would, I'll make a motion.
Second.
That would balance out the total adjustments that were made this evening.
Any discussion? Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
No.
Councilman Paplaskas,
No.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Yes.
All right, I have, and I appreciate everyone bearing with me. I've got 3 more. They're not on, they're over on the capital budget side. And then I'll be quiet for the rest of the night. Maybe. All right. In the Department of Parks and Recreation, item Budlong Pool. I'm going to seek some advice from legal counsel, but I would like to make a motion to the effect of clarifying that project will be paid using American Rescue Plan Act funds. So I don't know if it's just modifying that line to add the language to be paid using American Rescue Plan Act funds.
Just give us a minute while Attorney Angel gets the capital budget. Thanks.
Madam President, if I may. My thought is this, so it's capital budget, right? You're not tapping general revenue to pay for that. You're looking to tap into the bond capacity as it's proposed. Your amendment would seek to have it paid for from ARPA funds, correct? So it doesn't affect the levy, doesn't affect the tax increase, doesn't affect the general revenue side of the budget. Yes, you can do that.
So then what I would like to do is under Fund 203 Parks and Recreation Projects, next to the word Bud Long Pool Project Engineering required, I'd like to put an asterisk paid for using American Rescue Plan Act funds. Make a motion to that effect.
Second.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Sherry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Council Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Yes.
Similar in that same category, infield upgrades to Khaleesi and Fay baseball fields and infield upgrades to Ritchie and Spec baseball fields. What I'd like to do is I'd like to amend both of those similarly to put an asterisk next to those and utilize both. I believe there's close to 140,000 in Eastern Recreation impact fees that are available. That would cover almost all of those. All four of those fields fall outside of Census Tract 145 and 146. So they would be applicable to Eastern Recreation impact fees. So I'd like to put an asterisk next to, I'll make a motion to put an asterisk next to infield upgrades to Khaleesi and Fay baseball fields to be paid for using Eastern Recreation impact fees and or American Rescue Plan Act funds.
Second.
Make an amendment. That's what I meant.
If I may, Madam President. Councilman, are you saying you have to provide direction in the budget? You're either going to use ARPA funds or you're going to use impact fees. So I think you have to give some direction unless you want to confer with the administration.
While they're talking to based on my numbers, there's 100, well, not my, based on the information provided to be, there's 144,613 and 66 available for future projects and East Recreation impact fees.
Through the council president, currently speaking with the administration, there's 146,000 in the Eastern Impact Funds. And the suggestion would be to take the 146, put it against Khaleesi and Fay, with the balance of 14,000 coming from the opera funds. And then the remaining 20 for the other infield would come from the opera funds. So that would add up to the 180.
I'll make a motion to that effect.
Second.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan.
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas.
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas. Council President Marino.
Yes.
I yield the floor back. I'm done.
All right.
That's it.
All right, any other motions this evening with relative to the budget? Okay, Council Vice President Vargas.
Should be very quick, very straightforward, given the fact that we haven't used the funds in the Diversity Commission of $10,000. I'd like to decrease from Group 1901, line item number 52063 of the Diversity Commission, as proposed by the mayor, $10,000 to decrease it by $2,000. So it would be amended down to $8,000. Purpose of that would then be for that $2,000 extra. I'll allocate that towards the school department as well. You know, we haven't used a full $10,000 of it. I think if we can at least decrease it to the 8,000, we might be able to then increase it back again come the year after. Let's make sure that the personnel director knows, along with the commission, knows what they're doing with it, puts a plan, puts a strategic plan together. So that way we can actually use the money. It's been 2 years in a row without any funds being used. And so if we're talking about savings and allocating funds to the proper use, then I decrease that line item.
Second for discussion.
Any discussion? Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you. Just be brief, but I wanted to make a comment. I think that we've been told in the past that there was not enough money to do with what they needed to do. And I think it's unfortunate that, you know, this commission couldn't carry their money over year to get some kind of training or study similar to what the planning department did, because I don't think anybody thought that was allowed. So just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Thank you, Madam President. I think when we have this $10,000, I agree, it hasn't been spent, but there were circumstances that explain why. But if we are talking about training, can $10,000 do training? Are we serious? We can do some activities around $10,000, but if we want to talk about trainings around diversity, and I know all of you know what it's like to have someone to come on 1 day or 2 days, I don't know what the format would be, $10,000 that even can cover catering. So, and last last week or 2 weeks ago, as we have a new personal director, and Mr. Favicki, this is the name, yeah, promised that he will work toward this commission. And I think it would be wise to keep the money. Next year, if there's nothing, we can do whatever we want to do. But because it has not been spent, is that the reason, or we don't take into consideration all the thing around because it was COVID, everything, and not having all the personnel, all the members and to get things moving. So I think for me, I would not support that to decreases, because it's nothing if we want to be serious on doing training.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilman Campopiano.
I agree with Councilwoman Vice President Vargas. They haven't used it from that I remember the last 2 years. And if the funds were there, they could have figured out a way to use, even if there wasn't enough, they could have figured out a way to do something. So I would like to see it go half, even 5,000 and 5,000 go to the schools. But if it's for two, I'm happy voting for it.
Any further discussion? Councilman Donegan.
Just to clarify, where would the amendment is to reduce it to 8,000, where would the two go? To the schools?
Any further discussion? Councilman Donegan.
I guess I'm gonna shoot my shot. If we're gonna have 2,000, would there be any appetite to give it to the Arts Commission, who both does educational activities and also does try to, in their work, highlight the voices of communities of color through their art in our community, and that they might be able to satisfy both educational and diversity and inclusion thing?
I'd be happy to submit it to the arts, but before I first would have to have a conversation with the arts to make sure that Arts Commission is really doing work within the diverse community in the city. But I would definitely consider adding more. I mean, the arts is definitely essential and part of culture, but without knowing whether or not what their plan is for the next year, I just rather at this moment relocate that to the schools. And quite frankly, I was one of the supporters of the Diversity Commission, as I think we all were, and increasing the dollar amount as well to, $10,000. But as a woman of color, I also am being realistic, and let's make sure we have a strategic plan, put that in place, make sure that the commission has a set agenda for the next year. Let's see how it works. And I'd be happy to work with personnel director and the commission, and then reassess that come the following fiscal year. But we need to make sure that if we have to make cuts like we have been making the last few years up until today, then I have to be realistic of where this goes.
Any further discussion? Councilman Paplaskas.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I'm gonna vote against this motion tonight. Because we just had a device and consent for Director Favicchio, and I'd like to see what he can do and how they're gonna spend the money moving forward. So that's why. Thank you.
I would like to say that I will vote in favor of this motion this evening. I think that, I'm glad to see we have the Diversity Commission. $8,000 is still a lot of money, considering that the $10,000 has not been used. So I think the $2,000 is a small reduction. And if they use the full $8,000 in this fiscal year, then, we can consider maybe bringing it back up to 10 next year. But for this year, I'm in favor of the reduction and the appropriation. At this time, clerk, you please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
No.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Yes.
Five to three.
Any other amendments? Council Vice President Vargas?
Done for the evening. Thank you.
Any other amendments this evening? Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you. I would like to take the $10,000 allotted in its group 7,500. Line 52312, legal fees, outside services. This is under the claims. Claims Committee. I would like to take from there, and I would like to move that to video streaming under the council which is 52217. Someone can, from finance can tell me if this is improper, but I'd like that money to be used to video stream the other meetings that are held here that are not video streamed, such as the planning commission, for instance, because I know that that is a very, as we discussed, the planning meetings are long and people want to participate. They can't do it by Zoom. People sit here for 6 hours. I've sat here for 6 hours, Council President. I've seen her here too. And people have to get up and leave because they never get to talk. And otherwise people can't go back and watch any of those meetings. So, I think that none of us really even knew that it was going to outside counsel when we were in claims and sent things to the solicitor's office. So if they want to continue to use outside counsel, they can take it out of the solicitor's line. That's just my opinion, and that is my motion.
And I'm sorry, Councilwoman Renzulli, what was the dollar amount again?
It's $10,000.
Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
And discussion, Council Vice President Vargas.
Thank you. Before voting on that, just curious, would we have additional staff members doing the planning commission, or would that also be Tom and his and the other
Subcontractors, yeah.
the subcontractors?
I don't know that that's necessarily my decision to make. It's
Okay.
whoever we pay out of that line to come and do it.
Just want to make sure we have staffing. That's my only concern. Otherwise, I don't have a problem supporting that. I think transparency is very important for all our commissions as well. If we possibly can cover all of them would be great, but I just want to make sure that we have the timing from our subcontractors as well.
Councilman Ferry?
Yeah, I'd like to agree with Councilman Vargas, Councilwoman Vice President Vargas. Do we have the infrastructure in place at the staff, and is $10,000 enough? Has anybody estimated exactly how many hours the planning commission meets? I mean, before I would vote on that, if all that's in place, I don't have a problem with it, but do we have the infrastructure in place, the personnel, and is $10,000 enough? I think we need to know that ahead of time.
Well, I think that, I don't know.
Councilman Paplaskas.
Yeah, I just want to add some point of information to Councilman Ferry's point. I mean, planning commission meets in here, I think on Tuesdays in this room. It's already wired up. If Tom has Tuesday nights free and would be willing to do it, and it's okay with Council President. I mean, he has the computer and the infrastructure. My only question to Tom would be is obviously if you have that night free and if they do have a meeting where they have to go to Cranston East, do you have the equipment to film over there? Because there are some meetings that are going to be well attended that end up getting moved to Cranston East.
Again, I'll defer to the council president on whether or not we want to. Currently, my contract is for council committee meetings with the council president. There might have to be an adjustment for that, or the council might have to hire another contractor. Personally, I am available. Currently, I have a contract that I'm actually looking to get out of for a different municipality, ironically, for their planning board meetings on Tuesday. With that being said, regarding the second question, equipment, the school department might have to be involved with any rental space if a committee needs to meet in a larger venue. I do maintain an inventory of portable live streaming equipment I could use if there is a situation where I am the contractor for planning board or zoning and I have to provide gear for that. So.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that, talking about if it is enough money, we are contracted, we have $7,000 listed here for ourselves. And I know that we meet, I believe, more often than planning does. So it should be enough. And we have had meetings at Cranston East where we had to have just that finance meeting on the school contract specifically that I believe was streamed. So we do have the capabilities to do this stuff. We just need the dollar amount there. It might not be exact. I don't have a chart. I didn't plan this out to that degree. But if we want to do it, we can do it. Thank you.
Attorney Angel.
Madam President. Not speaking to the appropriation itself, but Mr. Lima's contract to do council meetings is strictly with the council. So he would have to form another contract with another department to do that. I mean, obviously, this is the technology piece, but just get that on the record. And we wouldn't have anything to do with that contract. The council wouldn't have anything to do with the contract.
Attorney, Angel, through the president to the Attorney Angel, is it proper to put in our video streaming line, considering we have the line and then we can kind of tell the council president can work with finance or the planning director or zoning, whoever, to funnel that money?
You can do that through orders of the council.
Okay.
Yes.
Any additional discussion, Councilman Paplaskas?
Yeah, this might be a little outside the box. I don't want to go down this road, but we might have to pass an ordinance to lay out that planning meetings need to be covered now. And then if there are any other bodies that you might want to cover as well. Thank you.
Any other discussion? No. Okay, Councilman Paplaskas, you stole my thunder a little bit. After budget, in the May, council meeting, I was gonna introduce a new ordinance requiring plan commission meetings be video streamed. Precisely to, the point of, Councilwoman Renzulli, I've attended many, plan commission meeting, both before my time in council and after. And now being on council, I've heard from constituents across the city, even in wards 6 and 5 and 4, that they would like, and 1, that they would like the plan commission meetings to be streamed, to be live streamed. And I had relayed to a constituent that I would be introducing that ordinance after the budget. So to that point, I would be in favor of it. I think the $10,000 would be sufficient, and perhaps Councilwoman Renzulli can co-sponsor the ordinance with me. Okay. All right. No further discussion. Rosalba, if you can please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan.
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes. Any other amendments? No. Okay. Any other amendments?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right, Councilman Ferry?
Thank you. I have a few amendments here in reference to the capital improvements budget. First item is under Fund 201. Training storage facility. I'd like to remove that item and put it into the following budget, the next year's budget at this time. $500,000.
And I'm sorry again, if you can.
Fund 201, training storage facility. Page 28.
Second for discussion.
My explanation for this and for the remaining capital improvement adjustments I want to make is that I understand that these changes might not be popular with some people, but the cost of borrowing money right now, if you borrow $1 million at 6% for 25 years, you're paying back $1.9 million. And I think it's in our best interest as council people trying to protect the tax dollar is to try and borrow as little money as possible right now and only concentrate on the things that are really needed. And I am almost certain that this can wait. If we put it into the next budget and reconsider it for next year, I just think that it's a wise move at this point in time based on interest rates and they're still rising.
Councilman Donegan.
Thank you, Council President. For reference, in the capital budget priorities list, I believe 1 is the highest. This was submitted as a project priority of 4.
Any further discussion? I would just like to say I'll be in support of this motion this evening. I understand from when it went through the planning commission stage that this was not designated as a priority, as Councilman Donegan had mentioned, and for that reason, I'll be in support of this motion this evening. And Rosalba, if you can please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan.
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Council Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
My next item would be citywide building improvements. I'd like to reduce that from 500,000 to 250,000. Same reason.
Second.
Discussion? Councilman Paplaskas?
Just like to hear through the chair to the administration what those improvements will be or might change, if you know.
Yeah, I think it's fine in terms of improvements, but this would also encompass capital repairs. If there's something significant happen, we'd have 250,000, but more as a defensive thing, but the intention, I believe, would not be looking to improve or expand our current buildings. There are no plans on the horizon, but more to defend if should there be a damage, repair, that type of thing. So 50-50 on that one. The intent would not be to use the funds unless necessary, is what I'm saying.
Before I call on you, Councilman Don, again, I'd just like to mention and thank Director Moretti, but I'll be in support of this motion as well this evening. And to Director Moretti's point, we as the council, as a city, have the right and to do emergency appropriations should there be some sort of building maintenance issue that requires it to that level. And Councilman Donegan. Okay, all right. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, there being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan.
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
My next would be under Fund 203, synthetic turf, Cranston West. I'd like to remove that from the capital budget, $1.3 million.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilwoman Mazzulli.
Thank you. I totally see where Councilman Ferry is coming on this. I know that this may seem unnecessary, but in speaking to Director Chesalia, he claims that this is actually going to be a cost savings. And I would love for him to get that in a chart for us all to understand, but in having the conversation with him and seeing the amount of times that Cranston West cannot be used due to the flooding that happens on that field that I personally witness, I'm not going to be able to support this. I know it will probably pass anyway, but in the future, I will like to work with Director Chesalia to get that in a form that everyone can see. Turf fields do end up paying for themselves, as you've seen at Cranston Stadium. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Councilman Ferry.
Seeing that the average life of turf is 15 years, we'd be borrowing the money for 20 to 25 years. We'd be paying back close to $2.1 million. I just don't think it is a financially responsible decision to spend that kind of money on a high school baseball field. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Council Vice
just-
President Vargas.
Thank you. I'll just quickly add, if this is something that our grant writer can possibly look into at all, if not already, I think that would be the first avenue to go. If unsuccessful, then possibly reconsider next year, but I agree with Councilmember Ferry. Can't support it the way it stands. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you. Would anyone have the appetite to move this, move the year versus just getting rid of it? I don't know if that is something that Councilman Ferry might want to consider, so that we could get all the information from Director Chisalia. I understand if you don't want to, and they could just put it back in next year if it doesn't pass. But that's just an idea, since it already went, made it through planning to here.
I am not in favor of moving it.
Understood. Thank you.
Councilman Paplaskas.
Thank you. I would be in favor of moving it only because it has to go back to the whole process again, back to planning. So it kind of is voting no on it anyways, but I think moving the year would be better because it doesn't totally kill it, but just my opinion.
Councilman Donegan.
I'll support moving it to the next year. That way, next year, Director Tassali, you can come in with a full breakdown of those cost benefits, and we can get an idea of whether or not it'll pay for itself through receipts.
Any other discussion? No. Councilman Ferry, would you like to amend your motion to move it to next year?
No, thank you.
Okay, no further discussion. If the clerk can please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Yes.
My next item would be under Fund 204/205. 2 6-wheel dumps. I'd like to remove one of them, reducing the cost to $210,000.
Second.
And discussion. Any discussion? And I would just like to, I'm sorry, Councilman Ferry, which specific truck item was it again?
I believe the
Highway
original amount was
maintenance.
$420,000 for 2 6-wheel dumps. And I would like to remove one of the 2 6-wheel dumps to make the total cost or the total reduction $210,000.
And through the administration, is that something that the Highway Maintenance Division can still make do with if it was reduced?
That is correct. Speaking of Mr. Corso, he would particularly like to have the 10-wheeler in 1/6. So that would work for this year, given the the circumstances that the council person is expressing.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And if the clerk can please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Council Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
My next item would be, it said crew cabs pickups. Two crew cabs pickups. I'm assuming that's for 2 pickup trucks. $55,000. Is that for 2 trucks or is it for 1 truck? It's for 1 truck. I'd like to move that to next budget. $55,000.
Is that
Second.
your motion? Okay.
My motion is I'm sorry, I have to make a motion to move that to the next budget.
Second.
And discussion.
I just want to double check with the administration. Is that something that is need right now? Can we move it over? Would that any impact if it gets moved over?
He could live without that. It's desired, but we'll get by.
Okay, all right. Any other discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Yes.
My next item is under 204/205, citywide infrastructure. I'd like to cut that by $1 million to 3 million. Motion to cut it.
And I'm sorry, if you can repeat that again.
It's currently for 4 million citywide infrastructure. I'd like to cut that by $1 million.
And there's a second, any discussion? Councilman Paplaskas.
Yeah, I'll be voting against this, this evening. There's nothing more important than constituents, getting their street paved, especially after having their tax bill go up. So I will be, voting to keep this in here. Thank you.
Councilman Donegan.
Thank you. I will also be voting to keep the full 4 million.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have a lot of roads, you know that, Council Ferry, in Ward 2, exactly, we have residents that copy you and me for those roads that need to be paved, and they've been complaining like 10 years, 20 years, those roads have not been paved, and I do give them hope. I say maybe next year in the next budget, there's gonna be something that will be done for these streets. So for that reason, I will not support to cut it down, because we need money to get those roads to be paved.
Councilman Ferry.
Just a reminder that if we borrow $4 million, we're paying back 7.5 million. That's the bottom line. So I just don't think it's fiscally responsible to borrow that much money at this point in time. I mean, I only cut it by 25%.
Any further discussion from council members? Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you. Through legal or the administration, I just want to make sure I understand, we are not actually voting to bond out on that money, to borrow that money right now. We're just saying we can vote to borrow that money, correct? So if it so works out that with National Grid, they end up doing a bunch of roads because they are set to do them and we don't have to do them and we don't need $4 million, we're not going to bond out for $4 million. We just can if we have to.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
May I just add, included in this number is, it's a guesstimate, but $1 million worth of drainage projects. That a lot of times there's emergencies. It could be up to about $1 million. So just want to have you know, it's not necessarily all roads that $4 million. It would probably be between 3 million, 3.2 million by the time it, as it plays out.
Any further discussion? Okay, the clerk can please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No,
Councilman Donegan,
No.
Councilman Campiano,
No.
Councilman Paplaskas,
No.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Reno.
No.
My next item, there's not going to be a few people that are happy about this one. In addition to that $4 million, there's $2.5 million for Knightsville Phase 2, which is total of $6.5 million. I'd like to remove Knightsville Phase 2 for $2.5 million
Is there?
and to move Knightsville Phase 2, $2.5 million.
Okay. Motion seconded by Council Vice President Vargas for discussion and discussion, council members. Oh, come on, Councilman Paplaskas. I'm sure you have nothing to say on this. Good.
I certainly respect my colleague, Councilman Ferry, for trying to trim this capital budget down. I wholeheartedly disagree with removing the 2.5 for Knightsville. I don't know if you've driven through Knightsville lately, you see the condition of the sidewalks, the roads, the sewers, the crosswalks, the amount of dead trees that are there. Knightsville needs a lot of work. It is a hub of excellent world-class restaurants, small businesses, in a wonderful neighborhood that is extremely walkable. You're gonna have the new Cranston Printworks project and other projects coming through. These upgrades will highlight the neighborhood even more, and business and the life of the neighborhood will continue to improve. So I wholeheartedly hope my colleagues on the council do not support this. It's been a long time coming. The trees are overgrown, half of them are dead, and that brick sidewalk that was put in probably 40 years ago, it's time to go. It's a hazard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Paplaskas. Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you. I think it would be kind of silly to go through a phase one and then cut out phase two and complete the project, because then it's not worth very much. We're putting two very large developments, hopefully, in Knightsville that are gonna bring in money to the city. Knightsville Phase Two will ultimately, there'll be a return on that investment. And I think it would be foolish of us to start anything that we're really not gonna finish. Thank you.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Thank you. To our finance director, what's the total amount that this entire project has, how much have we spent so far in this entire project? And how much do we anticipate spending? If this is phase two, will we be coming to a phase three and a phase four, or what's the final cap on this?
And Council Vice President Vargas, that was part of my question. I'm glad you asked, but while they're looking, I'd also like to know how much grant money has been used thus far towards the project and remaining.
I know you asked for Mr. Zidelis, but I know this project cold. Yeah, the total, what we have to see what it's going to be once it goes out to bid. So we don't know that, but the estimates would be that the project could cost about, just give me 1 second. I want to give you the wrong number. Up to about $3.5 million plus or minus, of which I believe we secured, I believe $900,000 of grants. So if it does not go through, we just don't take advantage of the $900,000. Not to mention, this will be the crown jewel of the city, frankly. And not only just mentioning for the neighborhood, but the idea is that corridor, as the council people indicated, 3 years from now, picture going down from the Governor Sprague Mansion all the way through Knightsville. We will look back and say this is short money in the scheme of things. But it'd be a shame to forfeit that $900,000. And we're still working on more grants too, so the number could possibly come down.
Total amount spent in phase amount,
Phase one is 1.4 million.
and we're asking for an additional 2.5, correct?
Correct. That's a streetscape project.
And then we anticipate spending even more dollars on this project as well, or is that?
No
this it?
plans at this time.
So when we projected to do this project, we gave it a possible cost and we've gone above the dollar amount. Has it cost us more than what we've anticipated, I guess is my question?
So far, no, because once we get the bids in, then we'll know where we're at. So, but it's not projected to be over these amounts. But probably not much, we probably need all that money. Cutting it in would probably cancel a project.
So what's the second phase for that 2.5?
Yeah, it's streetscape. It's called streetscaping projects to all new sidewalks, make it ADA accessible. Right now, they're obsolete, so we're not ADA accessible in that area. All new trees, all new street lighting, ranging from where the gazebo property ends, heading east, heading from Vervina Street to Annicelli's restaurant, heading north on Cranston up to Randall Street, that intersection, and then heading down pretty much near that Mako that little plaza there right before Southern Street.
Right.
Again, all new trees, lighting, and
I appreciate you saying trees because I know how you're probably trying to catch, know that it's dear and near to our hearts.
there's gonna
However,
be a lot of trees.
I do want to say, palm trees. That's okay. For lack of time, if this was to be started, obviously fiscal 24, correct? Because you're working on it now with that dollar amount?
Construction would be in 24, correct?
How much of that 2.5 is going to be spent this fiscal year 24?
It does depend on timing in the contract. It would be, the
It
goal.
hasn't
would
gone to
be-
bid yet.
No,
See,
the goal would be finishing the project. So it depends on the completion, how the winter goes. It's very difficult to say. I'd say certainly $1 million of it is a guess, but it's a commitment. It's all or nothing, really. It's
And our grant writer has been working on this, but does anybody know if she's continuously to seek additional dollars?
it's always,
For it.
always correct. And we've done quite well, obviously. I believe the number is $900,000 so far.
All right, I may have a few questions later for now. I don't know if anybody else does. I mean, it's awful. I understand the beautification of the area, the infrastructure, welcoming and everything else. It is a lot of money. And I know we have to invest to get back. And the dividends will possibly pay back as well. But I have to give this, some thought. And to Councilwoman Rinzoli's point, if we're already at phase 1, we don't want to leave it halfway either. And I understand that part of it. I'm just trying to figure out if there's any other ways that we can actually take that dollar amount because we're paving that street, right? And we're doing so much to it that I'm just thinking that there has to be other dollars out there other than just taxpayer dollars to supplement this project. I hope and I look forward to working with the administration to put 2.5 or $3 million worth of work in Ward 1 as well.
Councilman Ferry, then Councilwoman Rizzo.
I just want to remind everyone that I calculate that over a 4-year period, we are adding $100 million in debt service to the city. So what is that going to do to our taxes over the next 4 years? We're adding $100 million in debt service to the tax roll. That's a fact. Look at the budget. Look at last year's budget. Look at the proposed budget. It's an extraordinary number, and it's going to increase our taxes tremendously. So I'm just sitting here trying to say, what do we really need and what don't we need? And the bottom line is we're spending too much money. Be warned.
Councilwoman Rizzo, yeah.
Thank you, Madam President. To the administration, again, this $2.5 million, if we don't have to spend it, if we find other means of funding, we don't need to spend it correctly, or if we can slim down the project to still be aesthetically pleasing, similarly to what we asked, there's an ask to the school department, did you cut down some of this stuff in these schools? Can we do that? Can we do more with less? Perhaps, but we need to put this out to bid and we need the 2.5 to start. But if we don't have to spend it, I'm assuming nobody wants to spend more than we have to spend. At the mayor, you, us, but we want to finish the project and we want the developers to do the apartments and we want more people eating and spending money in the area, I assume.
If it comes in at a lower bid, then it's going to be a lower price. If we can receive further grant money, it's going to be that much reduced. So we're not going to require that level of spending. Can it be scaled back? If you wanted to, sure.
Okay, but it's something you're willing to work on. I know that
It's
also.
one of those things, frankly, I think to all, we could kick the can like we did
No,
before,
not
and
kick
it's
the
probably
can.
not productive.
Didn't say that. We can
we-
work together
we've
to
had
make the
this-
project work.
We had this, it was
Perhaps.
not last November, the November before, we displayed at the gazebo, invited all the council people at the time to
Was
see it.
there? Mhm.
If we want to rehash it like we did the pool.
Nope, don't
we
want to do
don't
that.
recommend to do
Not
that.
what
We
I'm
hope
saying.
not. Thank you.
100% not what I'm saying. but I know they want to film a documentary in Knightsville. I've been contacted by people. They're trying to do things in Knightsville. We want Knightsville to look nice while we do it, but I hope that the administration is just open to working with us as we try to get you what you need to do what you have to do. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to kick any can down Cranston Street. Thank you.
Councilman Ferry.
I'd be willing to reduce that, cut it in half.
If you did do that, I could tell you I'd be in favor of that. If you'd like to do a different motion.
Would like to withdraw my motion. Make a motion to reduce the Knightsville Phase 2 project by $1.25 million.
And that was seconded by Council Vice President Vargas. Any discussion? Councilman Paplaskas.
Just want to thank my colleague for working towards a compromise on this. Just the fact that you're doing that, I certainly appreciate it, but I won't be supporting this proposal either. Knightsville needs a lot of work. We have an opportunity to do it. The residents of the area deserve it, and that's where my vote's going to stand. Thank you.
Councilwoman Manzulli.
Thank you. I don't want to keep extending this meeting, but I do feel like I want to thank Councilman Ferry for attempting to compromise. I would just hope that we can get the word of the administration that if we put in for this 2.5, that we don't bond for anything that we don't need, and that we can try to save money where we can save money. I think that that is probably, I hope, the purpose of everybody. But if we scale it so far back without, we're just cutting it in half, we have no idea what that actually cuts out, because none of us are architects, engineers, or doing any of this work. While it sounds good, and I wish that it were the way to go, I don't know that necessarily is. Thank you.
Councilman Ferry.
Can we update Councilwoman Jermaine on what the amendment was?
You can, as part of discussion, you can
Yeah.
repeat what that is. Go ahead.
I'm willing to compromise on withdrawing the $2.5 million to just cutting it in half to try and get, to make a compromise.
Okay, I'm sorry, I had to take that call. It's a hard solution. I like that you make the compromise, because I like consistency. So if we start a project the same way we have all the schools project that started, and I'm really hoping all those projects can finish. Phase 1, phase 2. So I don't like double standards. So if it's good for school, it has to be good for, even though I don't agree with Knightsville's project, I don't think it was the priorities, but it started, and I think it has to finish. That's my position. So yes, if you make a compromise to reduce it, but because at the end of the day, we all want less death, and we want everything works out well. That's the ending goal. So yes, I will, if we make a compromise, yes, but the project has to finish. It started.
Before you heard Director Moretti, in light of the new rules, after 11 o'clock or at 11 o'clock and every half-hour increments, we need to take a motion to continue the meeting for a half hour. So at this time, I'd ask for a motion to continue the meeting for a half
So
hour.
moved.
Okay, yeah. Right. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, all those
Aye.
opposed say nay. Okay, ayes have it. We can continue.
A couple of things. So the mayor committed to developing and helping out the businesses in Patuxent, which he did. The businesses on Ward 2 on Rolfe Street, like he did, and committed to Ward 5 in the residents of Knightsville and the businesses of Knightsville. If the amount is reduced, the project will not be as it was presented to the federal government. We're going to lose at least $500,000 in spending right off the bat. Basically, the project will be dead on arrival. So I think it's all or nothing. And I just have to make that quite clear. Don't know how to scale that down. If we lost $1.7 million on a $3 million project, I could tell you it's gonna, and it will end up in the scrap heap, but that's your call. I could tell you, this is the most passionate project the mayor has for the development, continued development of City of Cranston. It's gonna help out Knightsville. It's gonna help out right down to the people in Ward 3. And it's gonna make a big difference in this city going forward. To cut that money is gonna be a shame. It's no less than that. It'd be a damn shame.
So you're saying you have $1.7 million in grants right now towards the 3 million?
I said we have, I believe it's $800,000 or $900,000. For sure, we'll forfeit 500,000 because you develop a plan, the federal government gives you the money for it. If you don't execute that plan, you're not getting reimbursed. So we're not going to bother.
I'll stick to my original statement. We need to stop borrowing money.
Any further discussion?
So we're voting on the amendment of,
Councilman Ferry's motion was to reduce that item in the capital budget to $1,250,000 for the Knightsville project. And so Woman Jermaine, did you have your hand up?
What I want to mention is, I asked this question when the school committee was before us about the school construction project. So if this project fall under the same criteria, where you will have a reimbursement, and if you do not complete the project, that means you're gonna lose the money. Is that correct?
We will definitely lose 500,000, likely to lose that other $300,000 or $400,000. I don't know how we could make the project work for $1.2 million, so we'd forfeit that money too.
So, as I noted, I think it's the same for me. So I will not support that we do not complete the project. And I will not support that we lose the money as well, because we already engaged in it. I understand your point of view, Council, I understand it fully. But the same way I stand with the school construction project, and I don't think we need to stop. We need to continue with them because we are in a process. And if we stop, there's gonna be consequences, and those outcome will not benefit us as a city. So we know the increased rates, we know what it's gonna be entails in the future, but the reality is we already engage in it. And if we don't do it, we're going to lose. And as I mentioned earlier, I like to stick with the consistency. So I think we should continue.
Any further discussion? Councilman Campopiano.
Yes, we do have two large apartments, buildings that are going in at the beginning of Knightsville, and the big buzzword now in any city is walkability. And I really believe that this will make Knightsville more walkability, more of a modern area for us. So I will be not in support of cutting the funding.
Any further discussion, Council Vice President Vargas?
Yeah, I don't know, I guess I'm looking for a fact check in terms of anything that's been earmarked by if it's by the feds and the guidelines in terms of, you're saying that Director Moretti has said that there could be a possible cut, correct, if it's not fully allocated? Is that part of? How sure are we, I guess, of that information?
The plan description was exactly as we had been illustrating probably the last year and a half. So it is going towards that project as described, to have a streetscape go in front of the Niceville Manor for those people who give them accessibility to be able to come out and enjoy the community more, for the growth of businesses, so on and so forth. So we're not going to keep our promise. And we gave a description of the work that to be done, like I just described this evening. So we're defaulting on what was said. Now, if they still want to give us the money, we'd have to discuss it, I guess.
Even if it was a 2 million versus going down to half? 'Cause you're
Correct.
requesting 2.5, so even if it
Absolutely.
was,
This, you're not going to get a
Okay.
different answer here. It's.
no,
we're
no, I'm
solid-
just
we're
I'm just
solid on
making
that.
sure that
And we're solid on reducing costs where we are, and we're solid on obtaining grants where we can. It's yes or no, but I believe you could cut it if you wish.
so.
I could tell you, it's likely to be scrapped.
Listen, if this is the case, this is what I'm gonna do. I want to make sure I'm not gonna be able to then support this evening. However, what I would like to see is going forward, some updates from the administration in terms of where the plan is and the amount of spending that has been allocated, has been spent towards this project during the city council meeting. And maybe once a month or so, and provide an update once it goes for an RFP and everything else and goes in place. I want to make sure that, not that I'm saying that I'm not trusting the administration, but I want to make sure that there's transparency as well, because if we are saying that we're asking for your administration is asking for an additional 2.5, of which 1.5 has already been invested in this project, correct?
No, phase one was the
Well,
1.4.
1.4, sorry, the 1.4, I apologize, I said 1.5, 1.4, and we're asking for an additional 2.5, correct?
Correct.
I just want to make sure that then there's, like I said earlier, we're not then jumping into phase 3 and asking for additional dollars in phase 4, that we're seeing consistency given and taken into consideration that I know that there's inflation in costs and sometimes there's hiccups with projects and things along those lines, but I'll then be in support of this, but I will make sure that then we can bring it up before maybe Public Works or the appropriate committee to make sure that there's some sort of communication between the city. And I think there's been a council member in the past who's brought it up, also not added to committee in terms of getting an update. So I'll support the project, but I do want to make sure that every penny spent is being accounted for.
It would be just, it would be RFP, the project would be awarded. And then we're our hands off other than keep monitoring the process and the progress. It's not going to be done in-house, and we're not general contracting it. It's contracted out with.
I
the
appreciate it.
RFP.
Thank you. And I appreciate the mayor investing in Ward 1 as well. It just hasn't been $3 million or more of investment in that particular side of the city.
I'll pass that along to him. Thank you.
Any other discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No.
Councilman Donegan,
No.
Councilman Campiano,
No.
Councilman Paplaskas.
No.
Council Vice President Vargas.
No.
Council President Marino.
Yes. Any other amendments this evening?
Yes. In Fund 204/5 signal upgrade, I'd like to cut that in half, reduce it by $100,000.
If you, sorry, Councilman Ferry, if you can repeat that, thanks.
Signal upgrade in Fund 204/5. 200,000, I'd like to reduce that to 100,000.
Any second? Okay. There's been a second for discussion. Any discussion?
Oh, wait a minute, was it 3? I'm cutting it. I'm sorry, 150.
Councilman, Ferry, why don't you withdraw the motion and
Withdraw the motion,
make?
and I'd like to make a motion to reduce the Stingle upgrade by 150,000. Sorry.
Any second
Second,
and discussion? All right, does the administration want to be heard on that? Can they make do with that reduction?
I believe that was dedicated to the intersection at Park Avenue, Dyer and Long Road. And I don't know the implication of reducing it, if that would be completed or not. So I just don't know the answer to that one.
Any other discussion from council members? And clerk, if you can please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes.
Councilman Donegan,
No.
Councilman Campiano,
No.
Councilman Paplaskas,
No.
Council Vice President Vargas,
Yes.
Council President Reno.
No. To the clerk, that a tie vote?
The motion failed 3-5.
Okay. Any other amendments?
I'm finished.
Councilman Donegan.
Thank you. Just a question through Council President to the administration. The 2-year agreement that we signed with the Providence War Convention and Visitors Bureau, I believe that had a $10,000 agreement for the 2-year plan. That $10,000 is not in this year's budget from what I can see. I want to say that I've heard that it's being paid for through community development. Is that accurate?
I didn't hear that. I was presuming the first year was 0 and the second year, good night, Councilwoman. The second year was consideration through ARPA funds. So if not, the mayor would be happy to sponsor it through using $10,000 of ARPA funds. I believe that was kind of discussed when that first came on. That's why it didn't appear in the budget.
Should we then tonight increase the COVID-19 stimulus line by 10,000, create a line item in economic development partnership with Providence War Convention Visitors Bureau on the expense side to balance it out?
That would be fine. That, or if you think it is coming from community development, then subsequent, the mayor will propose the 10,000. So I'd say your call. If you, I did not hear that about CDBG. Again, I could be off.
Okay, let's play it safe. And I'd like to increase the revenue line item 49135, COVID-19 stimulus. That to amend it to read 4,717,621. Be a $10,000 increase.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine, Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Council Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Reno.
Yes.
Director Moretti, would it be appropriate to then put that under the economic development line item called marketing? Would that be okay?
That would be my recommendation. Yes.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to amend line item 2752 in the Department of Economic Development to make it $12,000.
Second. Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano, Councilman Paplaskas.
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Yes. Any other amendments this evening? Councilman Paplaskas.
I have one amendment. And then what I would like to do is increase the fire department replacement vehicle line item by 100,000 and take that from the opera money. So the first step would be to increase the opera appropriation to 4,817,621. That's a motion for an increase of 100,000.
Second. Any discussion? Councilman Ferry.
I guess this to the council president, was this something that the fire department requested?
Yeah, after speaking with the fire department, they have, right now, they have 350,000 in their line item for replacement vehicles. That's dedicated to a rescue. But they had to junk 2 cars that were for fire prevention and fire safety. And then the other cars they're using are like 120,000, 140,000 mile cars that are in upwards of years of 10 years plus in how old they are. So it'd be money so that way they could acquire them. And I figured taking it out of the opera appropriation would be good because it's a one-time use and it's not creating a structural deficit. That's my reasoning.
Any other discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Excuse me, I was in the bathroom. Can you, I don't know what we are really voting. Sorry.
The current motion is a motion by Councilman Paplaskas to increase the revenue in the ARPA COVID-19 stimulus fund to $4,817,621. That would be an increase of about $100,000 to what was previously proposed in order to allow for an additional fire department vehicle.
Thank you, Madam President. Is that something that can be done based on the requirement of ARPA fund, Mr. Demiro?
We're in the middle of the roll of the vote. I apologize, Councilwoman Jermaine, but
Okay, so no.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano. Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas. Council President Marino.
yes.
So the second part of that motion is to increase line item 52018 replacement vehicles by 100,000 from 350 to 450, and that's in the form of a motion.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano, Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes,
Council Vice President Vargas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
I have no other motions, Madam President. Thank you.
Any other amendments this evening? Okay, all right, there being none, okay. Does the administration, the auditor need a few moments to make adjustments with respect to the numbers and the tax levy? No? We're Right, first up this evening will be vote on as amended, the resolution adopting the operating budget and the salary schedule for the general fund, the sewer fund, ice rink fund, the insurance fund, the capital budget for the fiscal year commencing July 1, 2023, and ending June 30, 2024, and adopting the capital improvement program for the 4 succeeding years. Do I have a motion to approve? Sorry, Council Vice President Vargas, a motion to approve as amended. Do I have a second? Okay. Okay, it was seconded by Councilman Donegan. Any discussion? Okay. There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano, Councilman Paplaskas,
No.
Council Vice President Vargas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes. Next up is as amended, the ordinance making the annual appropriation for the city of Cranston for the fiscal year commencing July 1, 2023, and ending June 30, 2024. Do I have a motion to approve that ordinance as amended this evening?
Motion to approve.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, if you can please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano, Councilman Paplaskas,
No.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Yes. Next, as amended, is a resolution levying and ordering the assessment and collection of a tax rate on rateable real estate and tangible rateable real estate and tangible personal property in the city of Cranston pursuant to section 6.11 of the charter. Do I have a motion to approve this resolution as amended?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Council Campiano, Councilman Paplaskas,
No.
Council Vice President Vargas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes. And what's the vote on that, Rose? 5-3.
5-3.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Next up, as amended, the ordinance fixing the date when taxes are assessed as of December 31, 2022 will be due and payable, and the date when unpaid taxes will carry a penalty. Is there a motion to approve
Motion
that
to
ordinance
approve.
as amended?
As amended.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli.
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano, Councilman Paplaskas,
No.
Council Vice President Vargas, Council President Marino.
Yes. And at this time, a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All right, good evening.